for it to kick in here.
Here we go.
Oh, you are live.
Yeah, don't you love it? They don't even announce it. You got to guess this stuff.
Yeah. We got Robert Bates, Dina B, Debbie Golden. Hey, Debbie, how have you been? Grace, Jennifer. Yeah, we ain't got too many people in chat tonight.
Yeah, it says 10's watching.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that way here. We got, garden time. It's too hot right now for me to be out in the garden now.
Well, now, for us down here, this week is supposed to be, I'm going to say perfect. Okay? Because about 6 or 7 o'clock, going to be in the real low 80s. But everything else is going to be, what about mid to high 70s? To me, that's perfect.
It's 90. Hit 91, I think, today. They said 88, but
up there,
my thing in the shade said 91. So, yeah,
dude, it's practically done got to the point now. Y'all are hotter than we are.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
is the North the new South?
I don't know. And well, right now it says it's 83, but no, 84. It just went down. Okay, make up your mind. it went to 84 and then back down to 83 again. Humidity is 90%.
Okay. I'm just looking. She just uploaded about an hour ago. I'll watch it later on tonight.
Oh.
You know who I'm talking about, one with the tiller.
Oh, make, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started watching one where she was talking about somebody gave her a bunch of tomato plants.
Well, I think the world of her. But that tiller and her, she needs to walk away from that thing. She gonna get hurt.
Yeah. She needs to start with something a little easier, and then, because she had it backwards. She's pushing down when she should have been lifting up and letting the tires do the work, and then gradually go down into it.
I'm gonna have to show you what mine looks like. I can't even think of the name of it, but I got it from Tractor Supply, and it was the biggest tiller they had at the time. And it was I reckon 6 years ago I got it. Dude, I'm not going to tell you how much I paid for it, but when you ain't got but 2 places to buy stuff around here, your pickings are limited.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like Tractor Supply and Walmart. They've got the lockdown.
Yeah.
On feed, machinery like that you just can't get nowhere else. I've even around here, I've known a lot of people that go to Tractor Supply and get fruit trees. They plant them and all they are is a stick. They never grow.
Never produce.
Yeah, they never get a leaf on the leaf or anything. And,
well, depending on how set I am to doing something. Let's take fruit trees, for example. Okay. I'm going to call up a couple of people and find out how a certain place is.
Oh, yeah.
And now I live mid-state, for me to get to, well, really, either end is going to be between 2 and 3 hours. You know, Virginia, South Carolina, or Tennessee. I
And,
will go out of my way just to obtain something,
and
depending on.
that's the thing about these northern states. They're bigger.
Hey, watch it. But I've got, what is it? 5 or 6 peach seeds.
Yeah, that's if I had the choice of Tractor Supply or I've already got the peaches, you know. And I probably wouldn't go to Walmart and get a peach.
I'm sorry. Don't.
And I would actually go to a farmer's market or something like that.
Now that's where these peaches come from, was the farmer's market.
Yeah.
And dude, trust me when I say I needed a towel, not a rag, when I ate these things.
Oh yeah.
So I know they're going to be good.
Yeah.
But I've got to do my studying up and everything. I don't know how long it takes from the time you break the pit open, pull that seed out and get it to sprouting before you transplant it in the ground.
That's when you find an old timer, and he'll tell you when to plant.
Yep.
All that stuff.
Stark Brothers fruit trees.
There are some people like the almanac thingy, farmer's almanac thing.
Hang on. Okay.
When it was, my grandpa would swear by that thing. Nowadays, I don't know if I would or not. There's more advertising in it than in information.
Well, I thought I had the Farmer's Almanac. What I've got, it just tells you like the new moon when it rises and sets.
Yeah.
It's got the back, the heart, like that on it. It don't have growing seasons and the weather, for the different sections of the U.S.
Yeah, see that's the thing is it tells you when the best time to grow certain things.
Yeah.
But it's all out of whack nowadays.
Well, it's like I said earlier. Evidently, the North must be the new South because y'all's temperature is what? Hotter than ours. I'm not going to say nothing about the winter because everybody knows the winters is not like it is down here. It's a lot rougher. We know.
Although we didn't have a winter. We had snow, maybe that much.
Yeah.
Well, Michigan up there, they had a bunch of snow, but I was just probably just under that little belt. And normally where I'm at, I'm right on the snow belt. So when it snows, like Zanesville, which is 35 miles from here, 40.
Yeah.
When a snowstorm comes through, I'll get 6 inches, and Zanesville will get 1 or 2 inches.
Really?
It's that there's like a line right there. And
well,
then,
now
as you go further north, like closer to Cleveland, it multiplies past that.
I can understand that. Now, before we moved to where we at now, we used to live in a little community, a little town called Reedsville. Okay. And I could go to Virginia state line. It'd take me about 10, 15 minutes to get there. Okay. Now, when it snowed up there, it snowed. I ain't talking about no half inch or something like that. We talk now. When I tell you how much we got, you're gonna go, that ain't nothing. But for here, it is. What, 2 inches, 3 inches, like that. For around here, people, dude, they go ape shit crazy.
Oh, I bet.
You know, me, I look out the window, and if I'm supposed to go to work that day, I go back to bed. I'm not going to chance it. You know, and that's what I told the company before they hired me. But down here where I'm at, I've been here 10 years. I've seen snow twice. That's it.
Yeah. I don't think we've had a winter that didn't have snow up here. So that I can remember.
I may be moving y'all's way here before the next season. I love snow. I really do. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I hate snow.
Well, now you get snow out in the country. Oh, Lord God, it is so peaceful, so quiet.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't really describe it. There's really nobody out there to mess up the landscape, like that.
Yeah, but if you are taking care of a farm or you got a shovel, it looks nice in a picture and everything, but
it does. But if you got work in it, which I have worked in it when I was younger, and I couldn't stand it. I hated it. But you know the old saying, work smarter, not stupider. As you age, you learn how to work smarter.
Yeah. Okay, I wanted to go over
let's do it.
And I had somebody asking me about questions about where they get some of the old things that I had for kitchen tools and different different odds and end things. And I figured, well, that might not be a bad idea just to
that's it, Dana.
Refresh everybody's memories and everything. So and this doesn't have to be, for if a shift thing happens or whatever. This could just be, your power goes out for a week.
Or 15 minutes.
Off-grid tools and when I say tools, it could be kitchen tools, it could be cookware, whatever. So I came up with a list of things, and we'll start with kitchens. Kitchen tools. Being off, and a lot of this is meant for off-gridders. They may not have, solar or anything like that. So, and that's when when I think of off-grid, that's what I think is not solar panels or electricity or anything. That's just, the way it used to be back in the old days. And one of the first things, is a can opener, because trying to get a can open when you don't have nothing other than a knife. You can use a knife, but chances are you may cut your fingers off. Another thing is meat grinders. Mixing, the little mixer things. Sure, you can use a fork, swish it back and forth real quick, but you know, you get them little hand mixers going. It saves a lot of time and wrist muscles. And that's where I want to bring it open to chat. So, um, kitchen supplies. What would be some off-grid kitchen supplies or kitchen tools, rather?
Off grid.
You know, where you don't have to plug it into a wall.
I'm sitting here thinking it's been so long since I've used
Exactly.
any of that.
When you sit there and think about it, that all I could think of, the first three things I could think of was a can opener, a hand mixer, and a grinder. Now,
I'll be
there's
back in a
another one,
second.
coffee grinder.
Got one.
Oh yeah, I used to love them wall ones. Those things were nice, and you could open them big old cans. Um, a grain mill, yeah. Um, what do they call them things that get the seeds out of your tomatoes so you can make food mill? I think it's a food mill. Um, then we'll go to cookware, and my off-grid cookware item is always going to be cast iron. um, I don't see any other cooking device that you would use other than cast iron. You can't. I mean, you could use other things. You could use, stainless steel or whatnot, but there's nothing that's going to beat a cast iron. Be it baking gear or a Dutch oven or just the regular old skillet. Oh
And
yeah.
look, it still works after 20 plus years. And coffee grinder. I've done used it. It works the whole night. And I've done had the drill hooked up to it too. It works even better. But right here, you just put the coffee beans in it. Put this on there. And turn it with that. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I like them old-fashioned ones that look like a box and with the crank on the top.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of them down here at the antique place.
I want one of those that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That right there, you adjust it to how you want your powder.
French press. Yeah.
Oh man, I have
A percolator pot. Yeah. I forgot about that.
I got two of those.
Yeah.
One for the house and the other for camping.
Because the next stage of this was cooking ware, and the only thing I think of was cast iron. That does it all.
I got Dutch oven.
Like the percolator coffee pot and French press. Those are great ideas.
I'm still trying to get in my head what the French press looks like. I know I've seen it, but I can't.
It's just well, some of them are jars, or not jars, but glass, and then some of them are stainless steel. And you pour the coffee in there with the grind, the coffee, what you call it, and then
Coffee beans.
you push the plunger down, and it keeps all the coffee grounds down in there, and the coffee goes up to the top.
Okay. Yeah. And what I'm thinking about doing is having me something like a tomato press. I'm going to do it myself. You made out of wood. You throw your tomatoes in there and you twist it down and squeeze all the juice out of it, but yet the
Oh yeah.
peeling stay at the top.
Our next one is lighting, and easiest one. And this, remember, this is all off-grid stuff. So I said candles. I mean, there are other forms. You know, you can do the solar thing. But say this going to be that's a permanent thing to where there's not going to be electricity. How many years do you think solar flashlight would last? And if it did break, how do you fix something like that? So other forms of lighting, the old fashioned the oil
Kerosene.
lamps. Yeah.
I've got 3 of them, which I've got to replace.
Yeah,
So,
I was real close to buying a bunch of them, but they were all glass ones, and I was like, "Oh, I know if I'm going to store these somewhere, they're going to end up getting busted."
yep.
And if I move somewhere, then I have to move all that glass. So I didn't buy them.
Well, the
Which I'm
funny
kicking
thing,
myself now because I probably could have resold them and doubled my money on them.
well, now, if I had to buy one, I'm going to buy what they call the hurricane lamps. It's got the taller glass in it and everything.
Oh,
Darn, Robert. He's got 25 oil lamps.
yeah, the glass ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people collect them, and they're quite expensive. If you go to an antique place and look at some of them, I'm like, wow, why didn't I buy all of those when I had the chance?
Well, I think you know this, and I'm sure, a few of the people I know this. If we was to go down in power, I'm set. I mean, me and the wife, we grew up old school, like a
Yeah,
lot of people has. Okay. Now we can survive. We know how to cook. We've got candles galore. I've got 5-10 gallons of kerosene to go in lamps. I've got wood for the fireplace, but maybe a good cold snap, maybe about 3 days. That's it.
yeah,
Like it. Cast iron frying pans. I've got, oh God, what is it? I got 2 Dutch ovens, a teapot, and about 4 or 5, maybe 6 cast iron frying pans, different size.
let me ask you this, Jeff. Um,
Okay.
have you ever washed your clothes on the old
Nope.
fashioned wash boards?
Nope.
Really?
I've never done that. But when me and the wife first got married, I bought her a brand new used washing machine. It was the Ringer type.
Was it a hand crank or did you actually plug
No,
it
it
in?
wasn't a hand cranked one.
Okay.
And even till this day, she said that was the best washing machine she's ever had because it was an agitator and it got the clothes clean.
Yeah, I remember the because they had two different kinds. They had one where you, as soon as you ran the clothes through, it had the two little rollers.
That's it.
Spit the clothes out. But there was another one. It was electric, but the bottom part was electric, and the hand crank you had to hand crank the clothes
Yeah.
out of the wringer.
Get me a 1/2-inch drill and I'll show you just how good they work. You know how I am with them drills. But I mean, see, I didn't know this. The first, now I'm trying to go back on memory of what Daddy told me from years and years ago. The first electric, what they called electric washing machines, wringer type, I think Daddy said they was kerosene motor. You had to put kerosene, and then they came out with the electric like that. And the one I had, you can see on the bottom where a motor used to be hooked up to it, and they converted that to electric.
Yeah,
great.
I've done the washboard before, where you get a bar of soap and you lather up that thing and you go back and forth over that washboard.
Lye soap.
Yeah.
Hold on. Great Jams, I just want to know, has any of the girls used a hand crank washing machine yet?
Hey there, what?
Hey there.
A 5-gallon bucket strapped onto the back axle of a vehicle jacked up. That will do it real good, but it won't last long. You'll run out of gas.
A 5-gallon bucket and a plunger. Yeah, whatever works. I mean, that's pretty much. And I bet you a 5-gallon bucket and a plunger would probably do better than these fancy washers that they have now.
Dude, you remember when the front loading washers come out and everybody was buying them left and right, but yet a few years later, you see them at the county landfill.
Oh, yeah.
The seal in them would go bad, and people said the seal was about as expensive as the washer itself was.
Okay, and this would be a good one for you. It's maintenance tools, and what I came up with is the old fashioned things that they used to cut wood. It was a saw.
I got two of them and
hand drill.
Got one. That was the first cordless drill.
Yeah.
And I got one of those, but I don't have the bits for it.
And you need good chisel hammers and the wrenches, pliers, everything that you would normally have for tools. But you think of the stuff like the saws and stuff, drills, and possibly a planer, old-fashioned planers.
I got 2 or 3 of them.
The pull ones.
Are you talking about a draw knife?
Yeah. Well, there's bigger ones. I'm more. It's more toward somebody that's using it to peel bark and stuff like that. Not.
Yeah, it's called a draw knife.
Yeah.
They got them in different sizes. You can make a draw knife out of a file.
Yeah. Well, we used to. I used to have one. Let somebody use it, and it's
never seen it again
somewhere. But made it out of a bicycle handlebars.
Okay.
We welded a blade onto that, and every time you pull it, that thing is awesome for taking bark off of logs and thinning them down.
That's what they used when they built log cabins back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That and axes.
Yeah. What do they call it? A
Good evening,
maul?
Mr. Watt.
I think it
Evening,
was a
gentlemen.
maul. When they have to dig a hole in a log. I think they call it a maul. It's kind of
Dig
like
a
an
hole.
axe, but it's turned this way, so you use it as a digging thing. You know,
I know
in
what you
wood.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it.
Yeah. What else would you think for maintenance?
For
Tool.
maintenance, crowbar.
Yeah, that's a good one. Big old spud bar.
Yeah, really. I mean, you name practically everything right there. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, your hammers. You named them. A few screwdrivers. No, a flathead #2 Phillips.
Yeah.
Some of the screws they've got out now. What is it? A torque screw that they call them?
Yeah, they have some weird ones.
Monkey wrench. You know,
yeah.
if you ain't got no nuts to take off a bolt, then
Well, I
there's a
can't
bunch of
show it on
heads
here
out
because
there.
it's bigger. I've got a big old monkey wrench, pipe wrench.
Yeah, I've got 3 or 4 of them, but they what? Maybe a foot to 18 inches.
Well, I keep mine by the door just if somebody comes to the door, I just carry it out there with me, and they change their mind on things, and we'll just leave it at that.
Grace, he said handsaw and the monkey wrenches or whatever, that takes care of the pliers.
Yeah.
I think
cutting tools. Yeah.
Gloves, definitely gloves. Put
What are
them
those?
I've never been a gloves person, though. I have them, but I never use them.
I never worked with gloves until I started working with heavy equipment. Oh God, yes, I got one. They are lifesavers.
I love these.
Have you priced them things lately?
Well, I bet you Grape Jams knows what this is.
I was at Tractor Supply a couple of weeks ago and seen them, and they was wanting almost $30 a pair for them.
Yeah, I got them on sale whenever I got lucky.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, and I might as well throw in fishing and hunting. Now, the obvious is a fishing pole and, pew-pews. But I want to go a little bit further than that because for the pew-pews, eventually, it's going to run out. So we have bows and crossbows that I thought would be good to add to the list because eventually, you're going to run out of arrows or they're going to go bad. That'd be really good time to start learning how to make them.
I can make the shaft, but doing the feathers on it is, I don't know how to do that.
Well, that's the thing. You've got to get the right feathers.
Yeah.
Turkey is one of the main ones they use. Buzzards are another one.
I don't think chicken feathers are.
Maybe for just a regular arrow, and that's the thing. When you get into the crossbow, yeah. I like the movies where the guy he goes up and gets a green piece of stick and he whittles it out and he's got a
right
bolt for his crossbow. And I'm like, no,
Anybody's got any knowledge would laugh at that. You know that, and
yeah,
I do. You know,
because I mean, when you look at the poundage of a crossbow, that's how much pounds that thing uses for power.
is on hit.
Um,
Now I've
and
used
fishing stuff. Um, you're gonna need your hooks and your extra line and whatnot. Bait, that's gonna be, what you come up with. Night crawlers and bugs and stuff like that.
that's easy to come by.
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. It's easier to come by close to water. I'll put it like that.
Yeah.
Now, I had
Oh
not the
yeah.
regular
Game poles.
man, we got cane crops like that up everywhere down here, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
But I had not the compound bow. That's what I got.
Yeah.
And I was out there practicing. It's been quite a few years since I've pulled a string. And we got an old rotten stump out there. That's what I used for target. The first arrow I shot into it splintered. So be careful of your backstop and everything. It was a target bow. I mean, an arrow. It didn't have the fancy tips on it or
Oh,
nothing.
yeah. Yeah.
Jug fish. I don't think there's going to be any jugs. What? 5 years after shift.
Well, let's see. That's it. Isn't really determined that, but it's a good way to think about it, though. Say 10 years without people making bottles.
Yeah, well,
But
I've seen.
there's other floaty things.
Well, now I've seen something I want to try. My son's got 2 ponds out there where he lives. Take a balloon, blow it up, tie a fishing line onto it.
Yeah.
That way. But the bad thing about it is I got no boat to get out to the balloon.
Well, yeah, and balloons are not going to last that long in the sun.
No, they won't.
Our next thing here is storage, and I kind of wanted to touch on this one because I plant and I have plants in buckets, so I think being able to have a excess amount of things to plant stuff in, ways of storing things, the old wooden crates that you used to be able to get and just fill it with straw and whatnot to store your food in and stuff for the winter.
Question. What would you use to store your food and how would you use it?
Depends on what food it was.
Yeah. Like if it's squash and stuff, you can pretty much put that on a shelf as long as you harden it first. That means
Right.
you're letting it sit out and harden. And
Okay.
some squash, and you can tell by your thumbnail.
Mhm.
Some will can last, I should say, until growing season, if stored right.
Now, there's one thing that I did see, and I'm seriously have thought about doing. Go get you a metal trash can with a lid. Go on and dig you a hole in the ground to where everything is practically covered except for the lid. Put you a little bit of straw in there, and I'm going to say like pork belly, stuff like that. Wrap it up real good and set it down in there. I can't see it spoiling. Not during the wintertime.
This is one of the
you know,
interesting topics on the list because a lot of that stuff will be used dually from people north and the south. But when it comes to storage, how we store things in the south will be different than the north. At least in the north, they'll have those cold months where they can have some cold storage. In the south, you'd have to rely more on smoking your meat, curing your meat, stuff like that.
You're right.
Yeah, and
what? Yeah, people like us, we know what needs to be stored, smoked, and so forth like that. But for people who's not really familiar with it, what type of meats would be best to smoke or to what do you call that? I can't think of the name of it.
Cure.
Like cure?
Yeah, cure.
Whatever you have access to, be it fish, deer, squirrel. I think the limit, I'm thinking you could pretty much smoke anything. Some things are better smoked than others, you know. I think when it got down to it, when SHTF, I mean, I think anything would go.
Well, Bushcraft also mentioned something. He said cure. Okay, now to cure meat, you got to have a whole lot of salt. That's going to be damn near impossible to get during.
That's going to be that's going to be the new gold.
Well,
yeah,
depending where you're at, I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
true.
You guys are kind of close. I'm sure there'll be markets somewhat, not at first, but down the road.
Yeah.
Well, like what said, that's the new gold.
Somebody be out there boiling that salt water.
Yeah.
And there are salt mines all over the place, and you can still go out in the woods and find salt.
The lights go out, we're still going to have fat back and boiled peanuts down here, I promise you.
And you can't forget canning stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I brought up a good subject last night on another channel. How many people has canned on a wood cook stove is what I brought up. And the bad thing.
Not me. My grandpa did. I just watched.
But now I'm going to say 9.5 people out of 10 would have no idea, because number one thing is you got to keep that heat regulated in that stove.
Yeah.
And I would, instead of pressure canning, I would have to say water bath.
Yeah, because you can't pressure can on open flame.
No.
You can, but that pressure canner is cast aluminum. At a certain temperature, aluminum, even cast, sets off a gas. And on open fire, no.
It'd practically melt.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it gets too hot, it's gonna warp and all kinds of stuff.
But I mean, subjects is being brought up. I think each one of us has got a little bit of knowledge on how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I can go out there with no power. I can water bath. I know how to do it. I have water bath. I'm not crazy about it. I prefer the pressure can, because when I start canning, I got a lot of stuff I want to can, and time is of the essence.
Okay,
But
my next one on the list here is, and I just said military gear, and that was, backpacks, rucksacks, MREs, med kits, canteens, um, and that's where I left it off at. I could probably think of more stuff, and I'm not talking about weaponry or anything like that. It's
Pure survival.
yeah, the other stuff that you would need that would be military type stuff.
I
Oh,
forgot about that beach, Charlie.
ammo cans, because you can make stoves out of those. All kinds of different things you can eat out of them.
Yeah.
Does anybody up on here know how to make a smokeless fire?
Somewhat. You can't technically make a smokeless fire, but you can
Well, that's true.
reduced one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What is that called? Where you got two holes and one fire.
Yeah, it's a Indian fire pit or something like that.
It's
I
called.
know
It's
what you're
called.
talking about.
It's called something else, but I can't.
Rocket stove.
Dakota fire pit. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, you can make rocket stoves. I've never made one.
It's the same purpose. It's using an air draft to rapidly burn your stuff.
Wood. Yeah.
My electric smoker would be obsolete,
Yeah.
but I do got just a wood burning one. So
Sandy M, that's something I've always wanted to do, but I don't know how.
Oh yeah.
Smoke a pig in the ground.
Best pig I ever ate was cooked in the ground.
oh yeah.
I imagine, and they were proud of their weight, so I'm not making fun of them or anything, because both of them could together were probably at least 500 to 700 pounds.
Good Lord.
Well, I like them. I don't trust a skinny cook.
The nicest people you'd ever meet. They were Hawaiian in Tucson, Arizona, which was weird. And they
You
had
let me run up on a Hawaiian. I'd invite him to the house to show me how to do one.
well, they actually invited me to their house because I fixed their swamp cooler. And well, I was a maintenance man, but still. I fixed it. Was past time for me to stop working, and I said I'll go back and look at it and fix the float on it, which if you ever worked on a swamp cooler, the floats would stick. Basically, swamp cooler it's got a big old fan in it, and then on the sides it has mesh or foam or something on the sides, and it pumps water up to the top of those the outlets, and water falls down, and it's when the fan's running, it sucks that air through that cool water, and it cools your house. This is for poor people that don't have AC. We had
It works. It definitely makes a difference. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, what I've seen is people will lay pipe under the ground to their ductwork under the house, and it keeps them cool like that during the summertime. I've seen that.
And not in Arizona. Everything's hot. Well, actually, when it gets really hot, if you have a swamp cooler and it's just not doing anything,
Yeah.
because it'll just blow out hot air. They actually sell blocks of ice just for the purpose of putting in your swamp coolers to cool the water down. You just put a block of ice in there, and when the water runs through its system, it cools it off.
You have no idea how many times I've gone and bought ice and put in a metal tub and set a fan behind it to cool off. But do you remember growing up, we didn't have air conditions
Oh no.
back then.
No.
You know, our air conditioner was every window and door in the house open, screen on everything.
Well, it depends where you lived.
Well, here,
Like if you was down south, you got on your bike and ran really fast and stuck your arms out like this, and all the sweat on you would cool you off.
I'm not going to say I never done that because I'd be lying. Or stand up in the back of a truck after working in a hayfield.
Oh
my
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And now I know why people work in 2 shirts when they're out there. But y'all can say what you want for people who's never done it. You work in 2 shirts, that's your air conditioning right there.
Now, on my next one, I probably need a lot of help with this one with Grace, but fabric and sewing supplies.
I'm shutting up on this one.
So all I think of is needle and thread, a bunch of thread. But I know there's a lot more stuff, and I know Grace does the knit and stuff or crochet. There's a difference between them, but I don't know. So
This makes it look easy.
This would be all you guys on this one because I know how to sew. I actually sewed my button on my shorts today. So,
dude, you want me to show you? It doesn't look
pretty, but it holds my pants up.
Hey, I'm gonna show you what I need to sew up.
Well, that's a whole other thing. That's a big curved needle.
Yeah. And it is real leather.
I do have a leather crafting kit in my bug out bag.
You want to send me a couple of needles and some leather so I can sew my
I don't have the leather. It's just the needles and the pokey thing. Yeah. I don't even know what half the stuff is called, but if I had to put something together.
Believe it or not, I know what you're talking about. I've seen it.
Yeah.
And forget about using a thimble on this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
If all else fails, just get you some brown duct tape.
Okay. Knitting, needles, and crochet hooks. Okay. Which took me forever. I don't know what you would call it. The needle threader. I don't know if that's what it's called. That little wire thing that you stick through the eye of the needle to get the thread through it. I don't know if it has a special name or anything, but a bunch of those because it took me at least 30 minutes to get that dang thread through that needle.
I feel confident I could handle most things that I would have to encounter if I had to do it like that.
Okay, that's what it's okay. I thought maybe it would have a fancy name.
I got some in for regular needles.
Thumb bobber or whatever.
Thimble.
You said it. Thimble. Yeah. Well, I think thumb bobber sounds better though.
Bushcraft, for me and you, we cannot find thimbles big enough to fit our fingers.
Yeah. Shot glasses.
Uh,
Yeah, no, I can't use a shot glass. Mine be full all the time.
Is there anything else you would think about for, sewing kits and stuff like that? Sewing.
um, your access to thread. You think how easy it is now, and people
Yeah.
that do it have a supply. But if you were somebody that had to get into it, the availability of items, it's good to get them now.
Yeah.
Oh, hold up for a minute. Grace Johnson, you do a video on stuff like this.
Yeah. That would be
Uh,
really good.
I
Because
guarantee
I
you.
don't know about the sewing stuff. I have a sewing kit, but that's, it has a needle and thread, or it has a
Yeah,
bunch of thread on little cardboard things.
about 3 yards of thread on each one.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
do a
about it.
video. That'd be great.
A Harvest Merry Moon, you right. What we don't know right now, we will learn quick.
That is true.
Yeah.
Buy Kevlar thread now.
Ooh.
Where can you
Whoa.
buy it?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, really.
I do have some trout line, but that
Oh, I got
which you could if you had a big enough needle, you could sew like tents and stuff, and that'd be another good one for Camel Carl,
Oh, yeah.
because he does tents and stuff.
yeah.
Because if you're you're out in the boonies and you have a canvas tent and stuff, and branch comes down and takes it out, how are you going to sew that thing up?
I'm
Now I
looking to
know
buy.
how I would go about it, because I would go find me a pine tree, something that puts out a lot of sap, and I would patch the hole with that.
I'm looking for a canvas tarp. It's something like a 10 by 10.
Yeah, I did. My mouth was dry by the time I got that through the eye of the needle. The problem I had, the end of the thread had a very little hair that went crocky. It went woo, and I'm trying to get that thing, and I'm setting up right here, and I've got a flashlight in my mouth so I could see the hole, and I'm like, and it was like miss, miss.
Take a pair of scissors. Take a pair of scissors and clip the end.
Well, I did with my knife, but it's still not sharp enough. And the scissors were clear in the other room, so.
Grace Johnson says carpet thread and carpet needles last longer.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea
That
too.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, see, I got a problem. I need a needle threader, because the way my eyes are and the way my hands are, I cannot thread a needle old school no more. Just take the end of the thread and go through the eye. I can't do that.
You know what you need to do?
Yeah, that's
Get
what I got.
somebody else to
Upholstery
do it.
needles.
Get you a chopstick and drill a hole in the end. And you have a jumbo needle. There you go.
You know what?
Well,
that ain't a bad idea.
That's how they didn't use chopsticks, but bones.
Bone.
They'd get a sliver of bone and whittle it down and pop a hole in it, and that's how they would
Thousands
sew.
of years.
Yeah.
Fishbone. I don't know if fishbone would work or not.
Well, it depends on the fish.
Would it be too brittle after it dried out?
You get a gar.
I hate your fun.
You could probably use his teeth. Our next one is, there's always youngins. So toys and games, and that's not like a Game Boy or a cell phone.
Like toys and games.
Yeah, like good old Monopoly or Trouble or something like that.
Deck
Cards.
of cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
B. Charman said she believes Ark Wildman made a bone needle.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on the kid, the games, go play in the road.
Oh yeah, pick up sticks. Yeah.
Oh God, there'll be enough
I ain't
sticks.
played that in a long old time.
Really?
Barrel full of monkeys. You remember that one?
Where you had to link the monkeys together.
Yeah, pick them up.
I used to have that game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing people wouldn't think about. Yeah, in your downtime, have something to preoccupy yourself.
Yeah. And it wouldn't just be for the kids, because you have no TV, you have no YouTube or anything to watch.
David Golden says play a lot of games with rocks called Ping That Head.
Yeah. I've you get a old log or something, you set it up and you see who gets closest to the log.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dominoes is good.
Yeah.
And you imagine if it just went totally south and then all of us found some type of way to meet up and we're just talking about all the things that we can't do no more.
Oh, man. There's going to be somebody in there. I can still do that. Watch me. Here, hold my beer. Watch this.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you remember when we used to watch YouTube on the weekends?
Yeah. We used to get on the stream and stuff.
That's how we got a bunch of our ideas. Too bad we don't have YouTube no more.
Yeah.
And it would be totally different because like our grandparents and great grandparents, they came from doing what we're talking about shifting into what we're doing now, and we would be doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, to get realistic about it, shift hits. Give it 6 months. How many people you think is going to be alive to be doing all this?
Well, it's already approved. Well, not proven, because you can't really prove it.
Right. 90%.
These are experts, said that in the first 30 days, 90% of the population in cities will be gone.
I can understand
90%. Could you just imagine walking through a city with 90% of the people? Because there's nobody going to be digging a hole for these people.
No.
They're going to be, out and about with wild birds and wild dogs and cats eating on them.
I don't think it's going to be.
It sounds bad, but that's how it would be. If boom, all electricity, everything's gone.
Well, now Harvest said 3 days without water, 1/3 population will be gone.
Oh yeah, easy.
I agree with that. Hello, Buster.
But they are the biggest thing that will happen in and I'm talking in the cities, because that's where they base this off, because that's where the most population is the first 30 days. The most people that's going to die is because they're going to delete themselves, because they can't go without.
They can't handle it.
The cell phone thingy. I don't got one, but
They would go crazy because there's nobody to talk to. They ain't got nobody to
Well,
talk to.
they don't have somebody to. They can't use their phone to get food, to get a
Oh.
drink.
Yeah.
Oh, I read today that they are fixing to pass a law for the state of North Carolina. It'll be against the law to wear a mask in public. Yeah, that's what I read.
Mm. Yeah, but if a thing comes again,
And which you know it is.
they'll reverse it.
Well, I can kind of understand why they're doing this. Okay. Because there's a lot of people getting robbed that's got masks on and everything, and it's hard to identify them.
Our next one, and this is the last one here. And this one I could have probably put in with the other tools, but garden tools, shovel,
Good hoe,
a hoe, rakes,
rake,
shovel, sickles.
God,
all that stuff's valuable.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have it.
Oh, get you a lawnmower without the motor.
The big saws.
Yeah.
2-man saw.
Yeah.
I got that.
Because somebody has to cut the logs up to go into your fireplace. It's just not an axe. They actually had saws back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pitchforks. Yeah.
I got two of them, a big one and a small one. It seemed like everything we've talked about tonight, I've gotten it from my father having it, like the drill that you was talking about, the handheld drill.
Yeah.
The 2-man saw, the planes. About the only thing I don't have is an anvil.
Yeah, that'd be good for tools too.
Yeah.
A
piece of a railroad track will work.
Yeah. I know many people that bang out their knives on
railroad track.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when Roy first started doing it, that's what he used.
Yeah, there's nothing better than the regular ones that have the horn on it, and they got the holes to where you can bend things.
Yeah. I can't think the name of the hole.
Oh yeah, post hole digger. Yeah.
Post hole digger. Yeah, that's a good one.
I love them things. I'll use a post hole digger quicker than I would a shovel.
Push plow. Yep.
Push plow. Yep, that's going to be your best friend.
And anytime when you have something that big, you're gonna need the other tools for repairing it. The big old wrenches, because back in the day, their nuts only had 4 sides. They weren't octagon side nuts. They were just 4 sides.
Well, you look at it like this, and I'm going to say blacksmith, okay? If you had if something broke and you had to have it, you became your own blacksmith, or you
Oh
found the
yeah,
damn blacksmith to do
yeah.
it. Now,
I mean, how valuable it is a knife. I mean,
Extremely.
that that's what, like, one of the most important things is being able to cut something. Um, I'm not talking about protection or anything, just using it as a tool to cut up your vegetables, to
yeah, a paring
making
knife.
things. It's just and it
Oh, great.
and
Here we go.
just to make it somebody to make a knife, that's gonna be valuable in something like that. A hatchet, yeah.
Now, believe it or not, I can make the knife. I got no problem with that. Yeah, my problem is I got to find the right metal to do it with. You can't just go out there
Oh yeah.
and grab, you know, it.
Old railroad spikes. I've seen people make stuff out of them, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yes. I've made a
but
hatchet out of
If
railroad
you got
spike
them,
before.
yeah.
well, most beginners, making knives, they'll use either a certain type of file or railroad spikes to make a
Yeah,
knife with.
old fashioned, the old saw blades, not the
Yeah,
newer ones.
not the new crap.
The leaf springs are another good one.
Hmm.
Sledgehammers, yeah.
I'm gonna come pay Sandy a visit. She works part time as a chef. You know that woman has got some sharp knives.
Oh yeah.
A good piece of steel, and a leather strap. That's all it takes. Yeah, old spring. Uh, what is it? 55. I can't think of the number of them, but it's a certain type of spring you have to make a good knife.
Yeah, the leaf springs.
Now, there's a number to it, and I can't think of the number.
Like a grade of steel.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
but the new vehicles, they ain't no count to make knives with. You got to
Oh
go
yeah.
back and get the steel. Let's say, like out of a 60
80s.
model pickup truck.
80s or older, I would say.
Yeah.
Early 80s.
Harder and harder to find that stuff.
Hey, you ain't kidding. Oh, okay. It ain't with 8:15. I thought it was later than that. I'd be scared to be in a pond or a lake in a boat. Somebody may see you when it come down to something like that. And I have watched.
5160.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've been sitting there trying to think of it because I know what it is, but I couldn't remember. I remember 51, but I couldn't remember the other one. And there's 1095 too.
10. Yeah,
That's
I think I'd go with a 5160 over the 1095.
yeah, because the 1095 has different alloys in it, I do believe.
Now, Japanese, they make theirs, believe it, their swords out of sand. I was watching a video on that the other night where they was making the swords out of sand. You,
I like to have one of those
I
old
think,
swords.
I think one of the best sword makers would have to be the Japanese.
Shears. Shears is another one.
Yeah.
Pruners, the little pruners for the garden.
Yeah.
I got one I need to throw in the trash.
I
What
mean,
is
those
it?
things are so good because you don't want to tear up your plants or anything, but I like the ones that have the really long, like a needle nose. Just get in there,
Okay.
clip your peppers off and stuff.
I
But I don't
have
like to
seen
be
some people.
pulling on my plants or anything.
I have seen a few people use scissors as pruners.
Yeah.
You know. Debbie Golden, she says Japanese steel is used in her grooming shears. Never needs sharpening.
Yeah.
It's just a certain way they do it. You know, they
Yeah.
figured out how to do it. Man, imagine.
Oh, I give haircuts too, Grace, but they ain't but one type I give. And you wouldn't have to worry about another haircut for at least 6 more months.
Yeah, you wouldn't have no electric clippers, you know,
Oh, I
until your
forgot about
batteries
that.
run out. You'd have
Yeah,
a
Catch
you're
pair
you
of
right.
scissors,
later, Robert. You have a good one.
and a mirror.
A knife. Ain't that how they cut hair back then? Was with a knife.
I'd probably just let it grow out if it had to do that.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
No scissors?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait another month.
You believe it or not, a lot of people let their hair grow because they used it, their hair. That's Indians used to. They would cut strands of their hair off and braid it together for rope and
Bracelet.
stuff.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's one thing I cannot do is braid.
Yeah, I can't. I've braided a lot of hair, so
I'm decent, you know.
yeah. The thing is, to
I
make
got
just make a
2 of them.
rope. It's because you can make rope out of a short little pieces like this, and then you start weaving it in about um, a quarter of a way in. You start bringing the next strands in and
Yeah.
braid it in.
Harvest Mary, I've got 2 of those knives. Handmade. What are they called? Straight razors. Like I said, both of them. No, one. I got one. It's handmade.
Well, for shaving,
Yes.
yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about that. I just let
Ooh.
everything just grow.
Another good thing would be them drums for collecting rainwater and stuff.
Oh yeah,
The big old plastic drums. They probably wouldn't last it. Well, I don't know. I've seen some that's been on farms that's lasted 20 years. But again, those are the older ones. So
what do you
these
call
newer
those
ones, it's hard to
containers?
say.
Those like box containers for like you can put water or whatever, but it got the metal cage around them.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a couple of them.
I seen this guy on the marketplace had a couple for sale, and I said, well, I looked them up online. And I said, well, heck, I couldn't find them no cheaper nowhere. I messaged him, but I never got a response back. He might have already sold them already.
Yeah.
I forget
Believe
what
it
you
or
call
not.
IBF containers or
Yeah.
you had them labeled as something.
Yeah.
The IBC.
Yeah, IBC. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can make a lot of stuff out of those. You can
Yeah.
make an outdoor shower.
Yeah, you could. You take 2 of them and make a shower out of it.
You can make feeders for animals with the metal cage part. And that's like pallets. You can make so much stuff.
Plant in it. If you had to, cut one in half, have you 2 little gardens.
Yeah.
Well, now I have seen them where they would take one and stack it on top of the other one, and fill it up for drinking water like that. So you got 110 gallons of water.
Yeah, but the thing with that though, you gotta paint them black,
Yeah.
because when plastic and the sun hits it, there's one of the lights goes through and will make where it's green, the green slime inside.
Okay.
So if you paint it black, that light doesn't go through to do that. I forget what it's called.
You can't create photosynthesis to grow like the algae or the mold.
Yeah.
I got a 55-gallon barrel out there, a pop head, cut the top out of it.
Yeah, the algae. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
What I do is I set it up underneath the shed and collect the rainwater off of it.
Mhm.
And every once in a while, I'll use that water to water plants or whatever.
Oh, the video I put out, I think it was like at 1:00 this morning, about the president of Iran and the other dude, I forget what he was, but there is, again, I kind of called it. There depends what news you read or what news you watch. Some say he was killed, some say he died. When you hear killed, that means there's something behind it. If you died, it was an accident. Now there's going next month they're going to re-elect a new one. Now I don't wish anybody to die. That's God takes care of those people, but there's a lot of women that are cheering and celebrating this guy, and everybody should already know how bad of a person this guy was in the first place. But you keep hearing all these stories coming out of Iran now of how bad this guy was, and he just got done deleting my mother or son or whoever, and there's a lot of people actually celebrating that he's no more.
Do you remember right after Biden took office, everybody was talking about Russia invading us and so forth? And I kept saying, that is not the country to worry about. We need to worry about Iran it was Iran at the time. Now look at what's going on.
Well,
they are doing more threats against us than any other country.
Oh, that's like.
Well, I know every country does it.
Prayer over there is
a lot going on.
But answer this right here. Off of the West Coast, Russia is testing hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, that's
off of our West Coast.
Yeah, we are too, though. That's the name of the game. Everybody has to always up the other person.
They get as close as they can to that water line, that line that says it's not international waters,
Yeah.
Exactly.
We do the same thing. We get up to that line and then we time out how long it takes them to come over and and go to their side of the line. And okay, it took them 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Real
the
life
whole
battleship
purpose of
in
it.
a way.
Yeah.
But still, I don't care what country you're in. That's something you really need to worry about.
Oh yeah, that's.
You know,
I mean,
and
you
I've
gotta
said it.
think it's there, but there's nothing you can do.
No, well, legally, no.
Yeah, that's
But
what I.
everybody was talking about the East Coast and West Coast being invaded. And I'm bringing up, y'all better start talking about the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh yeah.
Down
Well,
there.
I've already did the video of Iran signed treaties with Panama. So, and a lot of the countries are over there, so they can actually set up military bases there.
Well, when it
They actually
happened,
have a Navy base right there, and they can control who comes in and who goes out.
yeah. Well, see, when it comes down to it, we're going to be hit from all four sides, maybe five air. You know,
Yeah, but that's again, that's I try not to think about it too much because I can't do nothing about it.
well,
I can I can say a prayer or whatnot, but that's about it.
That's it.
well, you're right.
If
There
somebody's
is nothing
gonna,
we can do about it except for to be ready when it does happen. You know, they
how
had
how
Minutemen
would you
back in the
how would you get
1700s.
ready for a missile to land in your backyard?
Hey, if I had a way to go, it would be that. There'd be no
Yeah,
more suffering.
that I'm just saying is too many people and channels and stuff in the media want to scare the crap out of everybody and keep their mind on World War III and Russia's a getting us and that. And well, you remember when the Ukraine thing first started?
Right.
How many times were we going to World War III through that
Practically 4
period?
or 5 times a day.
Yeah. And so many people were scared to death that this was going to happen. And I mean, you tell people that, you really can't do nothing about it. If it comes, it comes. You can prepare for, power going out and stuff like that, but you don't want to worry yourself to where your life is just consumed by the bad stuff.
I'll give you that. All I'm saying is, like everybody else is saying,
Yeah.
just because it's calmed down does not mean do not stock up.
Oh no, if you can afford to.
Yeah, yeah.
The most thing you need to be worrying about right now,
Water.
isn't Biden. If he's going to win, there's somebody else sitting there over on the distance, just waiting to come in, and she or he is somebody calls him or her or whatever.
That was going to be my next question. She or he? Or yeah.
Is spreading some speeches and stuff going on right now, talking about how to run the country better and stuff. And I'm talking about, former
First lady.
First Lady.
And I know who you're talking
Michael
about.
or Michelle, yeah.
Now, ain't that what I said about 8 months to a year ago? That she was already talking this, and everybody kept telling me they ain't heard nothing about it.
She actually just started yesterday, I do believe.
No, she's been saying she's going to run for president about a year.
No. She
Never
said it. Never said it.
That's kind of funny. I mentioned something about a year ago, and now everybody's starting to preach on it.
Well, the thing is, she just did a speech.
You think this
And
coming election or the next one?
no, this one, because
Oh,
I think
really?
because there are people in that party that are jumping ship, not backing Biden anymore, and they're running away.
They throw
And
him under the bus.
here comes you know who. Um,
Yeah,
could be a thing.
that sounds like a storyline that could happen.
Again, it's hard to say. You never know what the upper elite people have planned until you wake up and like, oh, what happened?
Oh, man. That would be a plot twist.
Yeah,
Say, oh, but wait, there's more.
but I think there's some sort of a deadline or something in there that she
What's
has
good?
to she has to say
Register
she's in.
by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
then she
think
has to
that
go.
deadline's gone.
I don't know. That's something for somebody who studies all that stuff.
Well, look at it like this: the way our laws are now, the hell, they could be any time.
Or you know,
Hello, Art Wildman.
oh, the donkey lady, Camille lady, yeah.
I ain't even going there with that one.
Who says that Biden's going to keep her? He might say, I think, or she's all of a sudden say, I'm stepping down. I won't be here for the next election, and then, oh, who do we get? Dun, 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 dun. Magic Mike, or I mean, whatever her name is, Mrs. Obama.
Well, see, what I'm thinking is this right here, and it's like about a 2% possibility. She becomes president again. Who? Well, okay. I apologize. My mouth is outrunning my brain here. She becomes president. Who's to say that he will not be vice president?
Well, no, you know that I did a video of this that Ford, and that's how I thought it was gonna, we was gonna have our first woman president. Was the president was gonna lead away, and then I'm president now, because the vice president steps up and takes over until the next election.
Well, now I may be wrong, but before the vice president becomes president, don't he or she has to be voted in?
They're already voted in as vice president. They go in together, president and vice president. You don't hold another election. Now the next one, the follow-up election, you would have to be voted in.
Because I was thinking something like Speaker of the House or something like that.
No, go back to Kennedy.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure on this.
He was sworn in on the airplanes flying back to Washington. He was the president before he got back to Washington from Dallas.
I remember hearing about that. I was alive at the time, but I don't remember. I was something like 5 or 8 years old.
She has to be, or he, or whoever, the vice president has to be sworn in. But all that is, there's certain, the Secretary of Defense, and there's a couple others that can.
It's called the order of succession. In the event that a president goes down, the chain of command would follow.
Okay. Vester, do a video on that. I'm curious. Cooking fish on cedar planks. But
especially salmon. Oh, that's so good. Salmon on cedar planks. Ooh.
I'm glad we changed subjects. Now, I've seen a couple of videos where they would take river rock and heat it up and cook steaks, fish, stuff like that on it.
Yeah. What river rock in what river would you cook food on now?
That's a really good question because I can't think of no river really that is clean no more. And I'm going to say it like
Jake,
that.
how you doing?
Yeah.
Unless
hey, check you out. You certified Texas.
I was like, wait a minute. I think I have the shirt on.
unless you can find the beginnings of an Argentinian whale making that river.
Well, I mean, if you had to drink something, that would be and you didn't have a fire, that would be the way the safest way. Because you either you're gonna wait for that water to fill in and then you have to wait for it to settle. And then by then you either drink or it's already too late.
Well, be truthful about it, I believe I got one on my property because in one area it stays.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Argentina whale.
Oh, I thought you were what do they call it? Indian well, Apache well, or something like that. You go up to a river or something, and you
dig a hole,
dig next
diverted.
To it wait for it to fill in.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Well, if you already have a well, that's all. It's good water.
I got two of them. I don't know how deep that one is, but the one in the backyard is something like 25 feet. No.
Did you hear about the waters in Colorado? Specifically, I think from what I read, it was Morgan County, Colorado, if I'm not mistaken.
I've not heard nothing.
I mean, it's happening in a lot of places, but in Colorado, it was Morgan County, Colorado. It was people's water was just coming out pretty much like black. I mean, it looked awful.
Damn.
Supposedly, it's tested with some high levels of some pretty bad stuff. It's even been reported so bad, some people just packed up and they're leaving.
I wonder if that's purposely done.
And if you want to look it up and whatever, it's I think it was Morgan County, Colorado.
I used to live in Morgan County, but in Ohio.
Oh man, I was about to say, dang, you got out just in time.
Do you, Bushcraft? Do you remember years ago when they started fracking out in the Midwest? That when they turned the kitchen faucet on, you could hold a lighter up to it and it would catch on fire.
I don't remember that, but
go back.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, now I'm going on hearsay what I'm fixing to say. I do not know, but they're saying most of the water that's out in the Midwest is got gas in it due from fracking.
Okay.
I heard something similar to that. I don't know if it was a story or something. Yeah, the flammable water.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's chances of it because that's when you're going in and getting the oil, or the natural gas is
Yeah.
what they're after. Um, if you bust into that water table, it's going to bleed into it.
Well, I've
But
heard.
they if that does happen, they're supposed to seal that off.
Supposed to.
Supposed to. And then they run it dry and let it fill back up, and it usually dissipates because it's a natural filter, the earth. But
yeah,
How do we get
who's
back?
to say they don't? Whoops, we didn't know we did that.
yeah.
Yeah, because it
More times than we know about.
happens all the time.
Here it is. I'm trying. I know the first time I brought up politics, and I apologize for that. But it seemed like every time I want to get out of politics, I get drawn back into it. Politics, race car driving, and ball games will get an argument started, and wives will get an argument started faster than anything.
Yeah, that's why we always go to food.
Go Bulldogs.
Can't go wrong on food.
Oh, Rockingham County Sunday had to postpone the racing because the track flooded out on kind of
Really?
all the rain we had. Yeah. The weatherman was saying in some parts it was 4 inches of rain an hour.
Remember you telling us about the race was coming to town?
Oh, it done came and gone.
Yeah.
And what's the name? North Wilkesboro racetrack. I think this year is either the second year or the third year they've opened it up. And I remember Mama and Daddy talking about going up there when they were dating.
Oh, we're doing an Adele tribute tonight. Cool.
What? In 16 minutes.
Yeah.
No, it's Monday. He don't go live on Mondays.
Who?
Well, he ain't working no
Well, it's
more
hard to
either.
say with him, but I didn't check. So, oh, they won't be going live.
Really?
It says they're live. May 20th.
Let's see. What's the
That's
that's
today, the 20th.
I love it.
Is it a recorded live or a recorded?
A premiere.
Well, no, you can through StreamYard. You can go live with the recording.
Grape Jam said they decided not to go on. They will be recording tomorrow, so they are doing preps for it right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably best. And by rights, they should be doing a skillet tribute before Adele.
A skillet? You lost me.
You can listen to Skillet while cooking on your skillet.
Or like my wife, she can use a skillet to get me in my right state of mind.
There you go.
Look, let me say something real quick, okay? I joke and cut up about that. But our whole 45 years of knowing one another, we've never hit either one out of anger.
Hey, Bubba.
What up, Bubba?
You know, I actually went to school with a guy whose name was Billy Bob. First name Billy, middle name Bob.
Did they?
That was on his birth
they just-
certificate.
Was his nickname Bubba?
Well, we just called him Billy Bob.
How many people in the South out of 10 do you know that's not named or got the nickname of Bubba?
Well, that's my son's nickname is Bubba.
See?
Quite a few. You got Big Bubba, you got Little Bubba, you got Bubba Jr.
Whoa, hold
I
it.
think it's more of a Southern thing though, in Texas area too.
Hold on.
Billy
I
Joe.
got to pull something up because Karen just mentioned something. Let me. Lord have
Hey,
mercy.
Bubba, have you? How are things going to turn out with Iran now? Do you see anything going haywire? I know that elections. I think they said in a month.
Yeah, they had a big election coming this year.
Well, they have to because the president's not here no more, so they have to.
Yeah. Do they have a candidate, or they're going to have an election?
I don't know.
What in the Sam heck?
I don't know when it happened. I first heard something about it, I think, yesterday evening.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that new one, that's what I was wondering about.
50
Who
days.
they had in line.
Hmm.
That,
Oh, come on.
the president wasn't a very liked person as it is. Oh, and most countries are not saying, "Oh, we feel sorry for you guys over in Iran and everything," because he was a really bad person. So nobody's, well wishers and all that.
Yeah, no.
But guess who? Biden. He sent a message over there that he's sorry for their loss and all this.
Here we go, politics again.
Wonder, do you know how long he had been the president?
I don't know.
Gotcha.
All I know is I seen so many videos today of people, mainly women, celebrating that he's gone. But you're going to have somebody else popping in there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just adds one more coal to the fire.
Yeah.
Karen, there is a place in Madison. Briggs, I think it's it. On one side of the building is a restaurant. The other side is a store that's antiques. I'm wanting to try that place. Everything she does is home cooked.
Where's this at?
It's in Madison, North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's your answer. He was president since 2021.
2020.
Yeah. There you go.
Ooh.
He hadn't been in there long, man.
Oh no, that's okay. I understand, and you guys should be getting should take a couple nights off so you can You can breathe.
Karen, give me the name of that restaurant again.
I think I've been to that place. Well, I've
Bubblegum
been
shrimp.
to a place in North Carolina that was like that, and I think it was close to Madison.
Well, this one is the address is 104 something. I
Oh,
got. Wait a
I would
minute.
remember. I haven't been there.
Buffet is awesome. 10 lunch and $14.99 for dinner. Dang.
Whoa.
You can't get that down up here.
I heard a buffet.
Give me the name of that again, Karen, so I can pull it up on maps.
Let me see. I need to start looking at chat. I'm missing out on all the goodies.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, remember to add your own songs to the Google tabs. And how did the cow situation turn out?
The Ridge Buffet. Okay. Sorry, got to mute this for a second.
Yeah, that's I think our China buffet over here is, and it's not that great. We used to get shrimp. Now everything's chicken. I think it's like $19 or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that with the water or with the drink?
No, you have to. Drinks are extra.
Whoa.
Karen, is that in Wentworth?
Man.
Because Wentworth and Reidsville.
Westwood School.
Wentworth.
Westwood School.
Yeah, that'd be in Wentworth. Okay. I just pulled it up.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Oh,
Cherokee Camp Road.
I didn't hear that.
yeah, that was supposed to be Bunky's, wasn't it? Really sorry to hear about that. Hope the mama cow pulls out of it though.
Yeah.
All right, now to get back on track here. I don't know, somehow or another, home cooked food just distracts me every time.
Get goosebumps.
I go weak in the knees.
Same thing.
Now we have a pizza place over here that there's a pizza buffet and stuff, and that. Ooh, it's been a while.
Y'all
I think it was like
crazy.
$7-8. It might have went up now, but when they were doing stuff for the football team, and they didn't put expiration dates on their cards, and they gave us a bunch to sell, and I'm like,
wait a minute.
I have 5 kids, because all you have to do is buy one and you get another one free, another buffet free. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm going to buy 5. So, like when we go in, I would use 2 of the cards and then get 2 of them for free. And if I wanted to go twice in a month, I would just use the cards because I had 5 cards, and I've used them over and over again because they
You
didn't.
can't beat that.
The first cards, the first run of cards, they didn't put an expiration date on there, and then they learned from me that the next time they ran cards, they did this. They put expiration. It's only good for a year.
Thanks to you, we got expiration dates on cards now. Yeah.
Yeah, there used to be a bar in town that had really really good food, and anytime you ordered food, a meal or something, they would punch your card, and then once
I was
once it was
just
filled
thinking that.
out,
The
you get
loyalty card.
yeah, you would get a meal on the house, and they didn't the first time they did it, they didn't put what meal. There was no limit or anything, so I got the nicest steak they had, and they said, "Oh, well, we'll have to rerun these cards." The next cards they had a limit, but
It's
I got
one.
my um, it was $48 steak meal, and that was probably 10-15 years ago.
No, we
And the
got
place is not here no more, so which kind of sucks. I still have a card that I can go get a free meal, but it's not here no more.
I think we got one that I know of, a little Chinese place, and they have some stuff made up to order, but a lot of their stuff they cook it right to order. You want to call in you want to call at least 25 minutes ahead.
Chicken nuggets at Wendy's? Are they really chicken nuggets?
50 chicken nuggets for $15.
Karen, I can't find it. What I thought was a restaurant ended up being some type of art gallery.
I could eat 50 chicken nuggets.
I've only ate chicken nuggets one time in my life. And I'm going to tell you, I wasn't thrilled about it.
Well, where'd you have them at?
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if it was KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, or somewhere else.
Try the Ridge Buffet in
That's
Salad
what
Bar.
I pulled up, but it keeps pulling up Wentworth. But didn't you say it was in Reidsville? Look here, we
Don't
got
ever come back to Woolsworth.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Chicken tenders and make
Yeah,
your own
can't beat
chicken
it.
nuggets. I seen this and I was looking for ideas because I have a bunch of cans of chicken that are it's getting ready. Well, it's expired, but I don't want to go too much more on them because I do have like 3 or 4 pop top cans that I'm wanting to get rid of. And I did find a good recipe for canned chicken uh, nuggets, and you drain the meat out of the can, and you put an egg and cheese and scramble them up, and you mold them into nuggets, and then you bread them and either use an air fryer or uh, regular oil, and they look really good.
It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean for a canned chicken,
Yeah,
that'd be the way to go with something like that.
yeah. Throw you a little seasoning in there and
Hmm.
fry them up.
But I've done uh, the egg and cheese and chicken, shredded chicken before, making patties and things like that, and it turns out good. Um, and I probably don't have that video either. They probably got rid of that one. Why did they get rid of my cooking stuff? Am I cooking that bad?
It's like a
I
good
was
chicken
looking
cutlet.
through all my cooking, the playlist for my cooking. And I'm like, where's all my stuff that I made? Let me see if I haven't looked. Yeah, see my very first video or my oldest video is Morning Talk. It was talking about the lockdowns at 2020. And then there's my beef jerky that I made.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if it would do any good to even contact them. Like, why are you guys deleting my videos?
Yeah, what are so specific about these?
Yeah. Um, the the baked beans the smoked baked beans that I made, they deleted that one.
Darn.
Come on, man.
I'm like, you got something against my cooking?
You didn't burn them, did you?
No. Oh, that was
Oh.
really good.
They say beans don't burn on the grill.
Yeah.
I took them out that way the same way.
Philly cheesesteak sounds good.
Oh man. Mm.
Take canned chicken, mix salsa, put on a flatbed. Oh,
There you go. That sounds
that
good.
sounds good too.
I'd
Oh,
eat
I
a
might
whole
have to
pan of
try
that.
that one because that one's a lot easier. I don't have to get my hands all icky. Yeah, I've never done a Panda Express. Um,
Did one time, I wasn't too impressed. I just went there just to see what the hype was about.
I think they actually have one down in Zanesville, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, another thing, I've never been to Chipotle either. They got one down in Zane. Well, they did. I don't know if they still do or not. Well, the Five Guys, that's West Coast.
We got a couple Five Guys down here.
Oh, do you? Oh, I thought
Yeah,
that was all West
yeah, we
Coast.
got a few. I went there one time, and my buddy was like, "Man, well, you ever been to Five Guys?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, it's about a $30 hamburger." I thought he was joking. So, come on, ain't no hamburger $30. Man, we get there, and I don't know what it ended up being because it's good if you want a lot of stuff on your burger because it's like they charge you one price and you
The
get all the
Build a
different
Burger.
ingredients. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
okay. They
um,
had something similar that here, and it bombed big time. It didn't last 6 months, and they were
I was
closed
not
down.
impressed.
Yeah, I mean everything looks really good, and then you start putting that stuff up there, and $22. What?
Yeah, and I was like, man, that's what it was. It was like 20 something bucks. I was thinking to myself, this better be the best burger I ever had. I mean, and it was decent, but I mean, it wasn't 20
Yeah,
something dollars worthy at
yeah,
all.
yeah. And that's because you look at the thing and it says, I don't know, it was like $7, $8 for the burger. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds good. Oh, what would you like on it? I'm like, oh, ooh, all this
Yeah,
stuff. I was bacon and I was, oh, and he got the fancy buns too. And I said, oh, we'll use one of those. And it like $2 for a bun. I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, that was the last time I ate there.
I said, man, y'all should have fired two of the guys and just kept it three guys. Y'all might would have did something. Oh man.
Hamburger robbery. The grease fest. Now if you go north of here, this is Jeff's little areas. They have Amish restaurants where it's all homemade, you know, and most of the stuff comes from their farms and stuff. And and it's like real mashed potatoes. They don't use instant stuff, and really good food.
We do not have no Amish restaurants nowhere in my area.
Yeah, you'd like the Amish area up here. You go up Strasburg area, and it's like they've got I think it's in Strasburg.
I need to ask.
Millersburg. There's a huge restaurant. They Salisbury steak and meatloaf and all kinds of stuff like that, and it's all Amish food and from their gardens and stuff.
Well, see, I want to get up there close to where Make lives in that area where all the Amish are.
Well, it's the same as where I was just talking about north of here.
Well, see, I don't know which one would be closer, where you live or up toward where she lives.
She's pretty much even with us right now.
How about the same? Yeah, not too much of a difference.
I want to go see that little 8x8 garden.
Yeah, I would have probably just used my shovel and hoe on that.
I'm gonna tell you what. I've not seen the second video she come out with, but I think next time, as light as she is, she needs to get her a tiller more her size.
Oh yeah,
Cause that right there.
Practice with some smaller ones and then move up. That's why I say that's a rear drive one.
Yeah,
is a lot harder than the front ones. Front ones you just lift up and let it pull itself.
But I'm gonna tell you, she was practically doing handstands on that thing to get the front to raise up. Her feet was completely off the ground.
Bye, Grape. You guys have a good night.
Yeah, and be safe. But like I said, that has been on my bucket list for a while, is to go to an Amish place just to see what goes on.
Yeah, all I have to do is, I'd have to change my clothes too.
And your mustache.
Shave my mustache off.
That won't never happen.
You know why they don't have mustaches?
I shave my mustache off all the time.
I don't. My mustache
I what that symbolizes.
Since I was 16, my mustache has been shaved twice, and that's because I messed up.
They do have something. The length of your beard means something, and it's probably different for different Amish, because there are some that like they don't go to grocery stores or anything, and there are some that they'll actually drive there. They have vehicles, and there are some that are not allowed to use vehicles. They have to use the horse and buggy thing.
Well, now, question. in a community, an Amish community, I know they don't allow cell phones or phones, but
Mhm.
now ain't it
Some.
getting to the point to where they got at least one phone in the community?
See, it's different for there's multiple, and it's like religions.
Yeah.
There's different versions of it.
How
There are
much?
some that don't have electricity, no running water, running plumbing, none of that stuff, and
They
they're
do
not
have
allowed.
running water.
Huh?
They do have running water.
Not all of them.
Yeah, every one of them. All they got to do is take off running with a bucket of water. There's
No.
running water.
But there are some that
Hello.
that don't allow. They won't talk to like me, any strangers.
Outside.
Yeah, and it's not like uh,
No, I did
there's a
not,
bunch of
Gary.
houses on one property that everybody lives. It's everybody has a farm here, a farm there, and then
Yeah.
they have meetings. They'll have a town hall type thing, and again, this is just some of them. And then they go to church in that place, and then they'll have meetings
I want
there.
mine done and what you like.
Mm.
Shut up.
Like down here, we got the Mennonites.
Yeah, there's those
But they're-
too up here.
They've been
Right.
more modernized. You'll see them at the grocery store every now and then sometimes, and they do drive. But
Yeah,
they have their own school though.
yeah.
Now,
Wednesday you don't go to Aldi's because it's Amish Day.
Grace, I have been there. I do know exactly where that place is, but it takes me about 2.5 hours to drive it.
I have seen a few Mennonites in the Aldi's here
You send a few Mennonites where?
at the Aldi's
Oh, okay.
Aldi's supermarket.
Yeah.
We got the other one, the Littles lids. We got a couple of those in the area. I've never been in them. Like the German style supermarket, I think.
Yeah,
Little.
Lidl's.
I don't know how you really pronounce it. I hadn't been in it. I hadn't really had the curiosity.
It's a German-based grocery store. It's pronounced Lidl's.
Lidl.
There you go.
Yeah. Yo ho ho ho. I'm not getting into it.
Yeah, we got the one Amish place that I used to get my BLTs, and they raised them $1. I
How
think
much
it was
are
the
they?
guy that did it because he doesn't like me talking to the Amish woman. Well, they got like a little picnic area in the back, and I'll go look through the greenhouse, and they'll see me over there, and they'll call me over to sit down and talk. So I don't think they really get to talk to too many people, other than taking orders and whatnot. And I'll be sitting out there talking, and they'll sit, we'll be talking about farming and like the last time they asked me how many tomato plants I'm planting. and I said, well, probably about 6 or 8. Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
It
And
sounds to me like somebody has a crush on you up there at the Amish country.
no, they keep trying to get me to convert. I'm like, no, you wouldn't want me to convert.
I don't know much about their the religion or their personal beliefs as far as that goes, but it does seem like it'd be a peaceful life. Didn't nobody bother you.
Yeah.
I got to go back and chat. I don't know how far.
Yeah, they gave me a loaf of bread. Oh, and it's almost gone already.
Well, it's good stuff. I know it is.
Oh yeah.
It's like we got a couple of them, but one of them, it was a local bakery, and I didn't know this. It was Mennonite owned ever since they opened. Well, something happened, and they sold it. They sold it to a couple. Um, the military got a pretty cool story, but I didn't know. But they try to stick as close to the people's recipe, but obviously just that human element of not necessarily always using the exact measurement or knowing certain things, it changes the taste a little bit.
Yeah, he probably bought store-bought milk and butter.
Yeah, knowing what ingredients to get. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
because like the bread, it's all they made the butter and everything, and
so,
you can just the bread tasting the bread by itself, you can almost taste like the sweet butter in it, and just a plain slice of bread, you can almost taste the butter in it.
mhm. I love some fresh bread.
Jimmy's been to Amish country.
And they said that week they did 120 loaves of bread.
Good God.
Mm, that's
I
good.
mean, that store is all the time. There's people in there. It's constant flow of people in that store. It's not very big store either. And they right next to it, there's sheds that they the Amish build themselves and bring out and sell them. I don't know if they do the repoing and stuff like that. That would be interesting. See a bunch of Amish coming to repo your shed,
Yeah,
axes and pitchforks,
the
the
Amish
big old
Mafia.
brim hats.
I've been in an Amish store before.
Get them, Ezekiel.
Jumper.
Oh.
That's far.
Yeah, we got a pretty good size Mennonite market a little south of me. I need to go down there. They always have some good stuff.
Yeah, getting a lot of the different grains at bulk is. I mean, if you need like certain types of flour or something, it's better than trying to get it from like Amazon or something, not knowing what you're getting.
I don't know the name of the type of store. I think it's got a particular type of name where like you go in and you can bring like your own containers or whatever, and they got all different type of grains, beans, stuff like nuts, and you kind of fill it up. They sell it by the pound.
Oh, they have like little scoops. And
Yeah.
I ain't seen one of them in a long time.
Just opened up not too long ago downtown on Broad Street. Forget the name of it.
What'd you do with that?
It's supposed to be all like as locally sourced as they can get. Of course, some of the nuts and stuff they can't get, but most of the stuff's locally sourced.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They were telling me that there's stuff that they, that Ohio doesn't have, and they know other Amish from other areas in the United States, even in other countries, that they'll go through them before they go through anybody else.
I'll be sweating.
So if they need like, pecans,
Oh, excuse me.
or something from down south, they know Amish down there that will send it up.
Don't mess with a peacock. They tear you up.
Peacock.
Yeah. You get a peacock in mating season, they will tear you up worse than a rooster. Trust me on that one.
Well, I've never tried mating with a peacock, so I wouldn't
No. I
Got
was
a weird bucket list.
driving a dump truck. One was blocking the road. I decided to get out and try to move him. That was a mistake. I jumped back in the truck quick.
It's World Bee Day. I always use a few extra bees.
Is it
Hey,
B-Day?
what happened in the world today? What?
You don't even want to know. North Carolina is highly involved.
Oh, shit. I'm curious now. Am I dead or am I still alive?
Hey, Susie D.
Well, I know
Oh.
it was today in history in 1861, North Carolina was the 11th and last state to succeed.
Can't believe there was the original 13.
They're not the
Oh,
colonies during the Civil War.
Oh, okay. We wanted to hold out as long as possible until they invaded us.
You know what the result was? Y'all got named North Carolina.
You wanting to be funny now?
I was in the treaty. I mean, I didn't write it.
Yeah.
All right, what's the result?
Them Yankees in the north.
Hey, watch it. Compared to y'all, I'm Yankee. See, watch it. See, I can talk junk about the North.
I know it was today in history in 1862, Abraham Lincoln signed into law the Homestead Act, which
I forgot. I was gonna do my see if I can find it now.
the legislature he put into place would have provided almost 100 million acres for people going out west.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm glad my ancestors didn't go.
I think it was like
Well,
wasn't quite 100 million. It was like 80 something million acres or something. By 1900, you know, it would slowly get bigger inevitably as people would move out there and homestead and prospect and whatnot.
Well, I hate to say it, but a lot of my family back then was forced on the Trail of Tears.
Okay. I've been doing this here for the last few lives, and it's this week it's going to be Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt. Some things you may not know about, and I brought this up before because it was Lincoln, but
I like these factoids.
Theodore Roosevelt witnessed Abraham Lincoln's funeral procession in New York City. There's actual picture of him in one of the windows or something when he was a kid.
You okay?
And this I did not know.
You okay?
FDR was related to 11 other presidents.
Really?
That's kind of funny how presidents are related to one another somewhere along the line.
That's 11 presidents by blood. John Adams, James Madison, John Quincy Adams, Martin Van Buren, William Harris, Zachary Taylor, and Andrew Johnson. And you,
What number of president was Teddy
Grant
Roosevelt?
and Benjamin Harris, William Taft, and of course Teddy.
Huh.
What number of president was he? Teddy Roosevelt.
No, this one's FDR. Teddy, I think.
Okay. Oh, FDR was related to that many. 11.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Eleanor Roosevelt held the first press conference by a first lady.
Huh. Wonder what she
After her
talked about.
husband took office in 1933, Eleanor Roosevelt worked not only to redefine the role of First Lady, but also provide a voice for American women. Oh, well, now we're going to Teddy. So I guess it's both presidents. Okay. Teddy was the first president to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Woodrow Wilson won one in 1920, and Carter won one in 2002. And yeah, Obama got one in 2009. Franklin D. Roosevelt unsuccessfully ran for president in 1920. FDR was the first president to fly in a plane. Interesting.
Meriwether.
Oh, Eleanor Roosevelt flew with Amelia Earhart.
I didn't know that.
And that's our I think that was 7 of them. 7 things you may not know about the Roosevelts. Okay, yeah. I didn't see that at the beginning. So it was about both Roosevelts. But for some odd reason, I've been getting these emails on Sunday about the presidents. So I said, well, I mean, they're interesting things. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, some things you may never even heard about these guys. And yeah. So I figure I'd pass along to everybody.
I've heard of Lewis and Clark.
You never heard of Lewis and Clark?
I said I have heard of Lewis.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that is, well, they probably don't even teach that anymore, do they?
I don't think he do. But you know, Lewis and Clark, they had to have had some good adventure.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Now,
what was the
Lewis-
Indian's name?
Sacagawea.
Yeah.
Well,
Probably
didn't
Chop.
they also discover, oh, what's that park? God almighty.
Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They, I can't remember the trail. The trail they took, it was called.
Sitting here trying to think of it. What?
I can't think of it either.
We got 3 semi-bright people up here, and at the same time, all 3 of us just went dumbfounded. We can't think of nothing. Somebody in chat should know. Oregon Trail. No, that's cattle, I believe.
It's just a Lewis and Clark trail.
I think it did have a name, like a specific expedition or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought, but that's what it's. Yeah,
I saw Vanderbilt's and FDR's house years ago, upstate New York. I sat on FDR's back porch. What a view of the Hudson. That was Grace Johnson.
oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, it was called something, but they're just saying it's the Lewis and Clark Trail. Was that the name of it? I could have swore it had a fancier name than just their name.
I think we got Mandela. No, I did see one time. I think it was
16 states.
might have been one of my history teachers that was telling us about during those times. I mean, yeah, you had some knowledge of people traveling out west, but you didn't have much really past the Rocky Mountains. So when they started off, I think it was Lewis. He served under Thomas Jefferson. I forget to what capacity, but Jefferson was trying to tell about what all they may encounter, and they still believed that there was still woolly mammoths out there. They told him that may be one of the things you encounter: grizzly bears, woolly mammoths.
No,
Yeah,
Trail of Tears.
it was
Indians.
Lewis and Clark Trail. That's what it's called. I'll read this little first bit. It says Lewis and Clark National History Trail. It wasn't called that though, but winds nearly 4,900 miles.
Dang.
Through the homelands of more than 60 tribal nations. It follows the historical outbound and inbound routes of Lewis and Clark expedition, 1803 to 1806, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to the Pacific Ocean.
And they walked every bit of it.
Well, no. They rode boats.
Some hordes and boats and
yeah.
Well, they didn't go by car.
I hope not. Oh, bumpy road.
Wouldn't it though?
99% sure no. Maybe a scooter.
Well, now you think about it. You talking about woolly mammoths, okay? Out past the Rocky Mountains, wasn't it in Iran mountains where they the army encountered a giant? Oh, what do you call them?
Talking about the red-haired giant story.
I think so.
Nephilim or
Nephilim,
something like that.
Yeah. Now you think about it. Who's to say there still ain't or aren't, should I say, any of this stuff still living?
Well, we got one right here on the panel.
But
yeah. There's a few of us around, you know.
Yeah, but you compared to them, you would be a midget.
No,
like
they used to say that the average height of humans back then, well, way
about
was
5
they're under 5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and what
what life would walk up to somebody and he'd probably scare the crap out of them.
One time they said that Abraham Lincoln was the tallest president they had, and he stood right at 6 foot.
No, he's 6'4".
Yeah, I think it was. He said 6'4". Yeah.
I mean, that ain't 4 inches taller than me, and probably 6 foot shorter than what?
But yeah, to go back in the 1800s, it was unlikely unless you ran up on an old mountain man or something.
You know, I believe I would prefer to fight a full-blooded Indian than a mountain man back in them days.
Well,
Think
where do you
about it.
think the mountain men got learned how to fight?
Well,
Was from
I
the
would
Indians.
I would say they fought more bear and some type of cats than any normal person.
I don't know because watch the movie Centennial, or it's not a movie; it's a series. I think there's
Okay.
10 episodes in it, and
Oh Lord.
I mean there's some far fetched stuff, but it's Hollywood. But you get to learn the history of just that little area where the white man came in, and he learned from the Indian, and they would have uh, oh, what do they call it? The little get-togethers with the mountain men.
Uh,
Well, you got to admit, if it was not for the Indians, the white man would not be
Yeah.
here today.
Oh no. Yeah, Centennial was awesome, and
What channel would that be?
every once in a while I'll look it up and see if it's free, so I can watch it.
What channel would it be on?
You just do a search and see Centennial, and it's from the 80s.
Darn, boy, they
Um,
go back in time. Let me
oh,
see
forget
what
I mean, it starts out in the 80s, and then it goes to
I can't even pronounce that name, Idaho.
you just said it. You can't pronounce Idaho?
No, I can't pronounce that name, Idaho Garden Girl. Duh.
Oh, I was like, you just said it. Uh,
God, that looks like some good meatloaf.
but it starts out, and it's a reporter going and reporting on uh,
the
Centennial.
Centennial of America.
Yeah, it was. I do believe it was Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado. Yeah, it was based in Colorado.
Yeah, and then it goes back to, I can't even remember his name. A French guy. I can hear it, but I can't get it out.
Man, they say Andy Griffith was in the show, in the
Yeah,
series.
yeah. There's
Man,
a lot of
man,
you know
One
uh,
fighting now.
Chico,
No.
the Chuck Wagon
Raymond
guy.
Burr. Raymond Burr.
Yeah, he's in there too, and
Iron something.
Battlestar Galactica, the bad guy, is in this.
Huh.
Oh no, that's not him. Where is it? Oh no, it isn't.
Merle
There it is.
Haggard.
Yeah, Merle Haggard's in there.
Man, it's got a bunch of people in there.
Yeah, this was in the 80s, and it was packed full of these people.
Excuse me.
Oh, Windows, the Windows. That was the bad guys, where the husband and the wife would, well, the wife would get the would flirt with a rich guy and take him back to her house, and then the husband would
Hard.
show up out of nowhere. How dare you? And then they would give him money, saying, "Oh, don't tell anybody." But they accidentally killed the guy, and the little boy hid him underneath of a a little cave under the river.
The only way I can get Centennial is get hooked up to Stars.
Is it on Stars?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Huh.
That's why I just looked it up. That's one cool little feature I like. When you type in a show or series, it'll show you if it's got a free option or
Yeah.
if you got to subscribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If my remote wasn't over there, I would. Because you got Fire Stick, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should try it on Roku and see what it says. I don't know if they use the same things or not, but
I'm not going to the TV in the bedroom. It's Roku.
well, I mean, whenever and
Yeah.
and
Did
see.
you know I don't think I've turned that TV on in over a year and a half.
I'm sure it still works.
I don't even know if the batteries in the remotes work anymore.
But Monday, it's something I always do, and I'll probably watch Band of Brothers that day.
I
It's-
got-
Memorial Day.
yeah, it's just a way to
It's a good movie.
I'm not. I may if I may smoke something
comrade.
on the smoker or something, but I'm not gonna do a barbecue to celebrate a day like that. And that's like Veterans Day. Too many times, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but you need to realize what it's for, what the holiday's for. It's not a barbecue day, or it's not a free day off work. And too many times, everybody forgets what certain holidays are about. Like Veterans Day, it's time to go camping or go to have a barbecue or something.
God, I ain't been camping in 15 years.
It's been a while for me. I don't
Well,
think it's been that long, but I think probably 8-9 years ago.
I'm 63. I don't know if I can sleep on the ground anymore or not.
I was on just a sleeping bag. I was ready to get in the van and sleep.
See,
Well, when I was younger, depending where it was at, I would actually dig a little indent, like where the hips was.
yeah,
And believe it or not, you can dig a little, almost like a little divots in where you sleep, and it'll be comfortable. But unless you got a way to dig that spot, it's very uncomfortable.
don't try it with your fingernails. Well, see, I think the last time I went camping, it was not in a tent. We pitched a lean-to like that. And we took one of those emergency blankets and put up in there and build a fire. Dude, I was sweating. I had to come out from under that lean-to.
Creepy callers.
You
don't think about them though, unless unless they're crawling on you in the middle of the night. Now, if you wake up in the middle of the night and you roll over and there's a snake crawls across you, that's a different story.
Or scorpion.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, scorpions, they'll cuddle up next to you for more.
Oh yeah. Well, now snake will too. You know that, like you
Yeah,
said.
they're a lot easier to tell that they're there than a scorpion.
Well, yeah. I took a nap the other day and I got woke up. That I stepped on the front porch and there was something black out in the yard. It was probably about 7-8 foot. give or take. I walked out there to it, and it was a king snake. Is what it was. And I don't know what pissed that king snake off, but boy, it's all I can do to outrun that thing.
Oh yeah, you're in Florida, aren't you? Yeah. Oh man.
Be charming. You don't
Oh.
have them New York roaches down there, do you?
They're worse. They're the Florida roaches. They fly and they'll bite you.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Be charming. I could see you sleeping up in the tree.
That's climb trees.
Yeah, when I went down there, and again, I can't remember which hurricane it was.
You have a good evening, Idaho.
All I know is we went down there to tear houses down and or clear them out, and trees and stuff like that. And the first few nights that we were there, we were sleeping in the back of the trucks, and you get 3 or 4 guys in the back of the truck, you ain't getting no sleep.
Especially if they snore.
I went out and got on the hood and was sleeping on the hood. And all of a sudden I hear this weird noise, and then because it's pitch dark black, and I thought it was bats, and they kept flying over my head and going back and forth. One landed on the side of my face, and I probably woke up people from 50 miles away. I was screaming and hollering. This thing was on my face. I'm going like this, and they turned the headlights on because there was somebody sleeping in the cab too, and there was cockroaches all over the place, just flying.
Oh
and I thought they were bats.
That big, huh?
Oh man, that scared the crap out of me. I didn't go back to sleep.
I think the
And
worst.
they told us not to sleep on the ground because gators.
Gators.
Yeah. Well, they said gators and snakes.
Now, I think the weirdest experience I had in camping was I was laying down getting ready to go to sleep, and I could feel something under my back kept poking me. Dude, I wasn't about to move in that tent to find out what it was.
Was it
I remember when we were kids.
Didn't have a floor.
We were, and I think it was a place in or close to Albuquerque. A bunch of us kids were going camping, and we were going all by ourselves. We weren't going with parents or anything. And we were getting all kinds of stuff. We got the tents and all that kind of stuff. And then we get there and we get it all set up and everything. And it's dinner time. And we realize nobody brought food. And we got dropped off. So there was no there was no cell phone. Come get us. We don't have anything to eat. So a bunch of us all went out there to go fishing. And we caught some fish, but half the kids, oh, I'm not eating that, because we had to clean them and everything. And they were like, oh no. And I said, well, you guys are going to starve. And half of them ended up leaving and walking back to the road and then to the store or something like that to call for help. And we ended up staying the whole time just eating fish and eating berries
I got one. One of the most memorable camping trips I think I ever went on. It was a city boy. Ain't never been camping before.
I know where it's going.
Eric wanted to work to West Point. But each and every one of us had a sidearm. Okay.
Oof.
Eric wanted to lead the pack going down the trail. So we let him. And somebody hollered, stop. Within 3 feet of his face was one of those spiders. You know, it's got different colors that makes the designs in the web.
Yeah.
He saw that spider and he took off running back toward the camp just screaming. And all of us was laughing. And it was one of those trips where you talking about. We all went camping. Nobody but myself brought food, in which I kind of figured that, okay? I brought enough for everybody. I'm talking steak, eggs, bacon. And so as it started getting dark, I built a fire. I pull a steak out of the cooler. I cook it. It gets the way I like it. And everybody looking at me like they're going to put my tail to get that steak. I sat there and take a couple of bites off of it. And I said, oh, there's some more steak in there for y'all too if you want some. Dude, it's like a cartoon. Everybody digging in that cooler to get them piece of steak to eat that night. And now when I see them, I said, oh, yeah, you the one that brought the steak on the camping trip. I said, yeah, if it hadn't been for me, y'all starved to death. But as the last time I went camping,
we had so many catfish, and actually the second and last night we were there, caught a turtle. That was a chore and a half.
that is one thing I've never eaten is turtle, and I've always heard it was good eating.
Yeah, it a bit on the greasy side, but it was good.
My grandma used to cook turtle for the guys across the street.
Yeah.
They
Now,
would clean them and everything. She would cook them.
my son in the 2 ponds that he's got, man, there's some big snapping turtles in there.
Yeah, some of them they get to a certain age and you don't bother with them. I mean, you could if you had to eat, but if you want, because they just get too old.
Vester, you got to admit, them were the good days.
And she used to cook frog legs too.
Fishing, camping trips, and, you know. That, to me, going on a camping trip, that's when you can really sit down and talk without being interrupted by TV or cell phone or something like that.
Well, see that the last time we went camping, I brought the Xbox so we could play DVDs.
Dude,
you know, we never watched a movie when we were out camping.
You know, they say now, I think it's called clamping, something like that. You got air conditioning, TV, ceiling fan, and a tent.
Oh,
And so, look, dude, to me, that's not camping.
Furniture.
Yeah, got couches, chairs. They even got a king size bed in these tents. Dude, that's not camping. I'm sorry. But,
yeah. I seen Vester was talking about ticks being bad this year. I imagine because I've been wanting to get out in the woods, and I'm like, oh, I know they're going to be bad. And they've already gave out warnings that there's going to be a massive amount of Lyme disease this year.
I've done
because
pulled about 2 or 3 ticks off of me already this year.
yeah, in Ohio they've already warned about it.
Really?
Lyme disease. Yep. Because if we don't get a cold, that
Cold snap.
week long under 10 -10 or something up here,
Yeah.
then you get bugs up the wazoo.
Russian nose.
Oh, somebody. Yeah, I think it's Grace Johnson. Let me give you a warning of advice or advice warning, however you want to word it. When a bunch of guys go camping, do not take no deodorant with you because you're going to be smelling good. And you out that long? Nah, it ain't happening.
Yeah,
Well, you mentioned
this last time that I went, it was I got up early, and the kids were up already, and I was I didn't even bother putting the bacon in the skillet. I laid it across the grill.
Oh Lord.
Because I brought a big old grill, and I cooked on open fire, and then I had my cast iron skillet where I was frying up eggs and had all that bacon up there, and it would drip down into the fire, and then it would smell. It smelled like bacon all over the place. Pretty soon, people coming out.
Yeah. I don't care how hard of it.
The first night or the first morning we got there, I didn't cook anything, and it was like nobody woke up because everybody had air conditioning and everything in their fancy campers and stuff, and it was like 11, 12 o'clock, and people are getting up, and we're already up, and we're out fishing and everything. And then the second night or morning, I cooked the bacon and stuff on the open fire.
Dude,
everybody was up.
I don't care how hard of a sleeper you are. When you're out camping and you want to wake them up, throw some bacon, sausage, or eggs on the grill and coffee. If that don't wake them up, they did. Plain simple.
That sniffer ain't working.
Yeah, and I after we were there, I said we wouldn't go back there again because I don't care if people drink and stuff, but when it gets out of hand where they walk around and can't find out where they live and where they're sleeping at and stuff and fall over stuff, and it was, there was fights and everything, and I was like, no. I said, if you can't handle your drink, you shouldn't be drinking.
I'm like you. I don't mind somebody drinking, but just don't get stupid drunk.
Yeah.
Plain simple. Yeah. And back in the day, when I was running with people, I would not drink with somebody until I've sat down and they've had 3 or 4 beers because I want to see how they act.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't want to fight somebody else's fight. Plain simple.
Yeah. I remember, and I used to drink a lot. So
so did I.
When I say I only remember 2 times that I got drunk so bad that shouldn't. And one time was when I was 11 years old. And I ended up sleeping in between the mattresses. because we didn't have any blankets.
Mm.
It actually got freezing cold in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I have
And
done that.
I slept in between the mattresses,
Yeah.
and I picked a fight with a 17-year-old, and he backed down. I was just a little 11-year-old, and he backed down. I didn't know that until the next day, though. And we ended up being good friends after that too.
Ain't that something? Back in our day, when you got into a fight with somebody, you become good friends or best of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you get in a fight with somebody, you got to look over your shoulder the whole time.
And the other time was in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yeah, well, there was a little bit more than just alcohol in my bad decision that night. And I don't remember it. I was told that I walked around the wall of Nevada Palace campgrounds, which is basically a trailer court, naked.
You told me that story a while back ago.
And I actually woke up and I was, I think, I was 15.
Someone
And
else's bed.
I ended up in somebody else's bed. Their dad got him to get him up in the morning and found me there, and it wasn't pretty. And I was chased down the road butt naked, and the dad was chasing me with a baseball bat.
Oh no.
Be charming, I'm the same way. I'm a happy drunk, or I was a happy drunk. I don't think I've touched alcohol enough to get drunk in, 25, 30 years.
Well, I was, and that's what my grandpa calls it, was a curse, that it's in our blood that we drink and drink and drink, and it doesn't, we get, buzzed and everything, but it takes a lot, because he says we've made moonshine and whiskey over the years. It's in our blood.
I think I met one of your female cousins one time. She told a couple of guys if they could get her drunk, they could whatever. She never got drunk.
Yeah, I've been in well, I remember when I was in Charlotte, West Virginia, or Charleston.
Yeah.
Charleston, West Virginia. I just got done going to the AC/DC concert, and I had a bunch of the AC/DC dollars, and someone bet me that they could stand and walk if they took 20 shots of Everclear.
Good God.
And I said, well, the first one, whoever loses, I told him I would, instead of giving them $100, I'd give them an AC/DC dollar, and they agreed to it. And I think he got to 3. And well, I already knew ahead of time after he took the first shot, and I said, well, boy, this is going to be fun. Because I was, 7, 8 years old, testing moonshine. So Everclear wasn't that big of a deal. And if anybody knows Everclear is, it's potent stuff.
Yeah.
I think I've drunk it a couple of times, but That wasn't my drink.
Oh yeah, I hate it. It's horrible,
Yeah.
but it was $400.
But my drink of choice back in the day was Everclear straight. Not Everclear. What's that? Smirnoff. Smirnoff. I could drink a whole pint of that by myself, no problem. But now bourbon, I couldn't handle that. My wife would tell you
Yeah,
that.
pretty much. I bet you could
Yeah.
probably use it to fly and playing around.
Not ready to kill them guys giving it to them.
Yeah.
So in other words, technically, you could run an old school car off of that stuff.
Oh,
It's like that scene in Lawless.
I used to like that Log Line and Last Cheese.
Harvest Merry Moon. Dixie will vouch for this. Back in the day, I would drink 2 iced teas, 2 zombies, about 6 double shots of bourbon, not bourbon. Oh God, what was it? Vodka, and finish the rest of the night off in beer, and I could still walk. The only reason
I never liked Bloody Marys. I don't
never had one.
I don't do vodka. In fact, like
Oh my God.
White Russians, but instead of vodka, I tell them to use rum.
Hey, TN Twister said he went the cheap route, MD 2020.
Oh yeah.
I tried that one time. That broke me.
Oh, Mad Dog in a big gulp.
Mad Dog and beer. Trust me, it does not mix.
Well, the thing is, you carry around a big gulp. Nobody pulls you, stops you. And I'm talking. This is when technically you're not legal to drink.
Well,
so
yeah.
You don't want to be seen.
Yeah. Harvest Merry Moon, it was called a full stomach and a small bottle of Pepto-Bismol. And I'm talking the whole bottle before drinking.
And that's another thing that I've never had a hangover.
To my knowledge, I've never had one.
I'll see people when they wake up and they're like, "Oh, be quiet! My head is ringing," and I'm like, "Why?" I don't know.
Indiana Backyard Gardener, hello, welcome to the show. Oh, let's see.
I saw your video today, and I was going to comment, but I got sidetracked about the Tractor Supply. Because I was just talking about this. I've heard countless people around here went and got fruit trees, and they never sprout any leaves or anything. They can start with leaves, but they all die. All they end up being is a little twig in the dirt.
Really?
Yep. All their fruit trees.
Answer this question. You pull an apple off a tree. You save the seeds to plant. What are you doing over there? What exactly? How would you go about doing that?
Well, if you just plant one apple tree, you're out of luck.
Well, I'm talking about the seeds from
no, you'll just have a tree with no fruit on it. Apples, when you grow apples, they need
Need a
another
pair.
tree. Like, believe it or not, there are some apples that won't grow unless there's crab apple next to it or something. They have to have another apple tree there.
Now, I know
And
peach trees are the same way.
Yeah, there's and you have to do research to behind it, but I
Okay.
can't tell you what tree, what apple tree, what kind of apples. Yeah, there be have somebody that knows more about it than I do, but I do know, like, if you just plant an apple tree in your yard and then 10 years you're like, where's my apples?
Right, right.
Yeah.
It's about like a pecan tree. You can't have just one and expect to have.
Yeah.
I didn't know this till last year. The reason I got so many pecan trees in my backyard, there is a male pecan tree back there, but it don't produce pecans. There's an old man come up here getting persimmons, told me that.
You know, almonds are the only self-pollinating nut tree. Everyone else needs a companion.
And I didn't know this before. Almonds can be poisoned. You have to boil them or something like that, really, to eat them.
Oh, every other year. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and
I'd love to have a
and that's the
pair.
same way with nuts too.
Mhm.
There's like a pattern to it. Like, one year that it'll produce a ton of nuts, and
Yep.
then the other years will just be mediocre, and it's because of the seasons.
Oh,
They
you,
overproduce one year, and it's basically for the squirrels and other animals, but and for it to reproduce more trees, but it's weird how that works, and then usually that's when that bad winter comes around.
well, now, I got a mulberry tree, not bush, a tree. And about 3 weeks ago, it started producing. You could see where I was going to have a good one out there. I kept an eye on it there for about 2 or 3 days and went back out there. Them dead burned birds, and I got every kite picking one of them.
Oh, they love them.
I didn't get a chance to get not one mulberry off of this
Don't
tree.
get no walnuts.
Well, that's the time I went and got, those from Dollar Tree, the 3 little plant things that you can rotate and you can stack on top of each other.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, me
I
too.
got it all up there like 4 or 5 high, and I was all excited about, filled it up with dirt and everything,
Oh
and
no.
drilled the holes, and I planted strawberries in every one of them. And boy, that thing would just, grew like
But
crazy, and figured out that birds really love strawberries. I didn't get, I think I got 1 strawberry out of all those plants.
time
And
to put a net up next year.
no, I didn't even bother the next year. I was pissed. It looks
Got
so
me a
nice though, and you see all these green strawberries all over the place, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I can't wait. And I'm like, wait a minute, there was one right there that was about ready. And I'm like, and I went in and I said, I was yelling
Oh,
at the kids. I
strawberries.
said, who's stealing my strawberries out there?
Man, we got wild strawberries all over the yard this year.
Yeah, same here.
But dude, the first time I planted it's tomato. What was the name of them? Purple.
The purple tomatoes.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of them.
Purple Cherokee.
Yeah,
Yeah, those things.
I had about 3 plants planted in one
Yeah,
little
that
area.
too.
I kept an eye on them the whole 9 yards. I should have picked it the day I seen it, but I said to myself, give me another day. Okay. I went out there. It was about 10 o'clock that morning. Not one dead burned tomato on them plants. That deer kept looking at me, licking its chops like, you gonna plant some more? Man, that God almighty, that ticked me off. I had to go to the store and buy a purple Cherokee in order to see what it tasted like.
I haven't even seen one in the store.
God, they
Well,
got them down
It
here.
was a fruit stand.
Yeah, fruit stand.
Oh,
But
yeah. Not last year, but year before, neighbor, not the one neighbors, but neighbors down the road, seen my tomatoes, and asked me what do they taste like, and I said, well, go and grab one, and he grabbed one and took it home, and a couple days later he says, oh my, those are the best tomatoes I ever had. Asked me what they were and everything, and how are they to plant and whatnot. And I told him where I got the seeds, and I said that you plant one seed and you get a plant. That's how good the germination is on Haas Tools seeds. But Indiana Backyard Gardener, her the tree that she got, oh man, that looks really nice. Had the buds on it and everything. Compared to what you get at the Tractor Supply, it was so much nicer.
I've gotten I don't know, I've probably gotten at least a couple handfuls of strawberries off mine. They're still producing pretty good.
Harvest Mary Moon, send me a bushel of them. I want to make some pear preserves. I haven't had none of that in a long time.
Yeah, I can see your comment. I seen you earlier. I highlighted your comment earlier.
I started to get some pear jam this weekend when I went to the nursery market. I ended up getting some blackberry and some peach butter and some more honey. I got some peaches.
Oh,
I haven't had homemade pear preserves in God,
Long time.
about 40, 45 years.
that's well, now that they got this, and I do have to drive all the way to Dresden, but sometimes they have some really good deals. Like they had the corn on the cob, 4 dozen for $8
Really?
for corn on the cob. Yeah, it was sweet corn too. So I was
Hey,
like,
come payday,
they were
I'll
sold
say,
out by the time I seen
darn.
and I was like, because I would have froze a whole bunch of it.
And I was fixing to send you $20 to get me $20 worth to send it to me.
It would have cost more than that to send it though.
Hey, I would have paid for it. Harvest Mary Moon, I will eat my weight in shrimp. Fantail shrimp, popcorn shrimp, it don't make no difference.
Ooh.
And I'm not getting into the Forrest Gump bit.
Yeah, I kind of want.
Really?
Maybe next year I'm going to put up another another bed and just make it for strawberries.
Now, don't you have to
And
plant?
make a net over it too.
Don't you have to plant strawberries? What, November? In order
No,
for
you can plant them in the spring.
Different varieties. They have some that's ever bearing, and they have some that produce at certain periods.
Oh yeah.
because I know strawberry season here is about gone. God,
And
I didn't get none.
it's not well. There are some that it's already got strawberries, but we still got a few weeks before strawberries go crazy up here.
Well, if the government boosts our check, yeah, you notice I said if.
That's a big if.
Yeah,
But
like they gave us raises on Social Security.
well, it's supposed to be SSI, SSDI, you know, like that right there. And they said the House approved it, but it was supposed to have started this month. I ain't seen jack shit. Excuse me. I haven't seen nothing from the government except we owe them. That's it. I don't care what the government says, they lying. Here we go, back into politics. Let me get out of it.
Oh, Strawberry Fest. Ooh.
Whereabouts in Indiana is you at? I love strawberries. I love strawberries about as good as peaches.
In the state of Indiana.
Well, duh. I ain't had the money to buy no strawberries.
Not really.
No.
Yeah, right now you go to the store and it's California strawberries and whatnot.
Picked and shipped green.
Close.
Grace, that's the way it goes. We get a raise and insurance goes up. So in other words, you really don't get a raise. What comes to fruit? What's your best fruit that you like overall?
I like them all.
Yeah, I do too, but you got at least a
if I had to pick, probably maybe peaches, of course, strawberries, grapes, pretty much any kind of melon.
Yeah, muscadines.
Oh yeah, anything like that. Yeah, muscadines, scuppernongs.
Now, muscadines is the purple ones. Am I correct?
They have different like varieties, different shades I've seen. I don't know about up north. I know in the south, I mean, they grow wild in some spots.
Oh yeah.
People don't know, they'll go in and cut a whole vine down and not even know it.
Well, now on my fence line, it looks like scuppernongs. I don't know. I've been noticing them for the last 4 or 5 years, but I've not got no fruit from them yet.
I think it's honeysuckles.
No, not these.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I know honeysuckles coming out.
Yeah, but I don't know how long it takes for a scuppernong vine to produce.
I'm not sure. I know they're kind of like in the grape family.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that would probably be different, but I don't know how long it takes something like that to produce. If it's like the first year or it has to, wait after the second year. I don't know.
Well, these have done gone past year 3 or 4, but I've not got nothing off of them.
Maybe try looking up videos on maybe how to trim a scuppernong or a muscadine vine.
Oh,
I know it
trust
seemed
me,
like
these
you
are
done did it.
trailers good on my fence line.
Okay. Oh, it might just be old wild vine. I don't know. We got some down here.
I
Sometimes
left
they
Ain't
a
no telling.
light on in my garage.
come on a fence.
Maybe Bushcraft knows.
What's
Hello,
that?
from the time scuppernong vines start sprouting, how long does it take before they start producing?
Well, they don't grow. You don't get anything the first year.
Past that.
The second year, I think he says around June, end of June or July.
Now, the vines I'm talking about, I think I'm going on like 4 years. They look like scuppernongs, in that family, but they've not produced no fruit.
Well, again, that's something, and I don't know about their pollination. Do they need another plant to pollinate with? So if you only have one vine, and
Oh,
that's the thing from the ground on up to where you get it to grow out this way, you don't
right.
want any vines coming off of it. It has to be one straight coming up.
Now, like I
And
told what, they trailing on my fence.
okay, so you probably have it's growing too much of the vine instead of the fruit.
Now I cut
That's
them
why I
back.
said go to what's his name? Kinfolk.
Kinfolk.
He's he has a farm, a muscadine farm
Okay.
in Georgia. Yeah.
There you go.
And that's the family that lost their house on Easter.
Oh, okay. Okay. I know who you're talking about
But
now.
that's the only reason I know about muscadines, because I'll probably never grow them or anything, because up here they probably wouldn't last. But I just I like learning about stuff, so I watch his videos, and he teaches you how to prune them and all that stuff.
Well, it's like this. If they're not going to produce, I'm going to cut them down so I
Well,
can see.
you have to train them.
I've not cut them back. What was it? Not last year, but year before last.
It's
It's not where I cut them back
an
about a foot.
ongoing thing.
Yeah.
He goes out there every week, and he's got his grandkids even know
How
what
to,
to trim off of them and stuff like that. It's he'll
well,
go
I
through
got,
and say, "Oh, look at that little vine coming off there. You don't want that. Clip it off."
well, I've got to identify it first before
Yeah.
I do anything. And if it's not, I'm getting my saw out. I'm cutting that sucker down. Deep South Homestead has videos on them also. That's what Jennifer Ocean says.
There's I always said I was going to go to it. I had never been to it, but there's about 3 hours south. Every year they have a big muscadine festival down
Dude,
there at it's actually a big vineyard. I forget the name of it. Palk Vineyard, maybe.
all right. Well, I'll tell you like this, okay? Y'all know what I'm talking about. But for people who's never ate muscadines to go to a festival like that, and in that one little town, you know there's going to be some happy plumbers because you can eat 2 handfuls of muscadines. And if your body's not used to it, you in the bathroom for the next week.
And how well do you know?
I don't know if it's a southern thing. It may be an all over thing, but definitely here in the South, we'll take one particular food item and turn it into a whole festival.
Yeah,
The Chitlin Festival, the Muscadine Festival,
you would have to bring that one up.
the Shrimp Strut, whatever it may be. Red
We
Breast
got,
Festival.
I
well,
think
believe
that's
it or
pretty
not,
much everywhere.
about an
Yeah.
hour.
The chicken festival up here.
Yeah, we got a chicken
Yeah.
festival. Well, he said fruit.
Oh,
About an hour from here, there is a peach festival that goes on every year.
Here, let me go ahead and he has a lot more, and this is just recent, his most recent one.
Okay, Grape Jam.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Just a super quick video for all you muscadine growers out there. I wanted to give you guys some quick tips of things you should be doing right now. We're about midway through April, coming up on our second fertilizing. We've already fertilized.
Okay, we're gonna stop it right here because I gotta ask this to what life. You see them bugs flying around? Well, not
Yeah.
at this moment, but
I saw him swatting, yeah.
does that yell out Georgia?
Oh, it definitely does. Probably the mosquitoes and the gnats.
And he most of the time, I'll say it, most of the time he's just talking to the camera, and I'm like, oh my god, I'd be going swatting like crazy. I'd be going nuts.
Especially after a good rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have already fertilized once around April 1st with our triple 10. April 15th, we'll come back with some calcium nitrate, which I'll miss April 15th. I'll end up doing it this weekend. Today's Wednesday. But just one thing everybody should be doing right now for sure is keeping your trunks clean. We have all this new growth coming down our vine here, our wire. We have all this new growth. That's where we want all our growth. Anything growing on the trunk from about the split down, which is the trunk, just pull off, and it will really come off super, super easy because it's nice, tender, new growth. And just pull that off and keep these trunks clean. Just
Got
a
a
real
nice
quick
setup.
tip. We don't want anything growing on our trunk. If you'll notice in my vineyard, we keep them super clean. I have a habit. One thing I like to do is walk up and down the vineyard and make sure I don't have any irrigation laying down. I like to check, make sure I don't have any leaks in my irrigation and things like that. When I see growth on my trunk, it's automatic for me to pick it off.
I wonder where he's located.
Always pick off the growth on your trunk. Don't let anything grow on your trunk. Don't procrastinate because these things will get out of control. And they grow way down low. They just grow everywhere. So super quick tip, keep everything off your trunk. All right, guys. Thanks so much for checking out my super quick muscadine tip video.
I'm gonna have to go out there and check it more.
You know what part of Georgia he's in? You might have told me already.
Yeah, I think I did.
I think he's south of me.
Compared to where you are, Watt, everybody's south of you.
I'm not south.
Most people are north of me.
Woodbury.
I'm talking about in Georgia.
Okay. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
where?
I do believe that yeah, you can go to his Facebook to because you can go out there and pick them.
Oh Lord.
When it's picking time, he does a video and tells everybody it's time, and he posts on the Facebook, and you just go out there with a bucket or something and go to town. And he has, and there are different types of muscadines that he has. I think he got and he won't be doing it for a while because he has to build another house, but he makes his own wine, muscadine wine.
Oh Lord have mercy. You talking about some good stuff there.
Oh yeah.
If it's done right.
Oh, well, he used to do lives, and that was the main subject. Him and his wife would try, different types of wine and drink it on the live. I'm like, ooh, this is good, you know.
You know, about a mile up the road here, we got an orchard, a wine orchard up here. I may stop in and check with them about muscadines, see if they got any. But like I said, I've got to identify this plant first to make sure it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got the vine like he says it does coming up out of the ground, but that don't mean nothing. Not really.
Yeah, you have to drain it at that fork.
Yeah.
That's where you want to branch off, and then everything below that you keep clean. Because it depends in your area too. Because again, this is
South of me, yeah.
It's Georgia, and that's probably why he has to keep that clean and everything, because disease and whatnot. Because it's musky, and you've seen all the bugs around him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not done. The only thing I've done is I've cut back a couple of foot. That's it. And picking it off the vine and everything, I have no earthly idea. I've seen them wild in the woods. I'd go out there and pick them, you know, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he would be the perfect guy for muscadines. I mean, just because just because knowing him, if you have a question, he'll answer you.
I may go out there and take a video of it, you know, and send it to him. Maybe he could tell me something about it.
Yeah, it may be a while because, like I said, he's
rebuilding.
The rebuilding part.
God, I'd love to have some sassafras trees around here.
You should have some down there.
I've not seen none.
I'm a little north. If I go down probably 10 miles south, and then I can start running into them.
Now I know they got them up in the mountains up in there, but around here, I don't think so. Pick me a tree and send it to me.
Yeah. Oh, and there's grape jams. They know a lot about wine, or not wine,
but that'd be some good stuff.
Muscadine.
Yeah. See, I don't know the difference between a muscadine and a regular grape. If they grow differently. And
well, if you ever need a test subject, I'll volunteer.
They would probably know.
Grape jams. I may just send you a video of what this vine is. Maybe you can tell me.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, and it really sad what happened and everything. And unfortunately, when I posted something, you know, for prayers and whatnot, my bad element went down there and got on him because he wasn't bawling and crying and everything on camera. He was trying to keep it together while he was recording. And
did he ever figure out what started it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
His wife was at home, and I mean his wife, you know, did everything you're supposed to do. Got all this important stuff out and whatnot, and made sure the dogs were out and everything. Yeah, I was gonna say you probably met him at I don't know if it was Shoot Dang at that time or what it was at the Crockers meetup. Oh, it's the built-in microwave. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
It ain't alcohol, but I also got some peach cider this weekend.
Oh, was it? Shoot,
Try out.
dang. Okay.
It's pretty good stuff. I forget which particular town in Georgia it was made in. It was pretty good. They had peach cider, strawberry cider, and blackberry cider.
Ooh.
And I've never tried any. I've always had apple cider, so I tried the peach one this round. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's kind of worried about the apple cider now. It almost have to think of do research on where the apples are coming from to make the apple cider now, because the number one brand is in cahoots with Microsoft guy now.
Mm.
And the apples are not so much an apple. Synthetic something or other apple, or that's where they're going to make their apple cider vinegar now.
Mm.
And that company was around for a long time, so it kind of sucks. Yeah,
I'm thinking about
peach cider sounds good.
I got some left. I'm thinking about making a marinade and soaking some chicken in it, putting on the grill. That might be pretty good.
White House?
I don't know.
I don't know. Here, I can't remember the name of it. It's the here, let me. Bragg. The apple cider vinegar Bragg is.
Oh yeah, brag. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they sold rights or something of the company, and they're partnering up with or something in that. It's coming together with the Microsoft guy, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember you addressing this a while back.
And it's not going to be such a good apple cider vinegar anymore. I don't know how long it's going to take before they start using the synthetic apples, but yeah, I don't see how that's going to be anything good.
And that sucks because that's been always usually my go-to brand when I go for that.
Yep. I mean, whenever you need something, you know, for healthy type stuff. I mean, there's other kinds that I use for like canning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if I'm making something to eat with it or something like that, yep, and that's the other one that was in it too.
Yeah, like what does she have to do with all this? The singer?
If I'm not mistaken, I think her and her husband are the ones that bought it, and then they're going with Microsoft guy to make this other version of it.
And that's the singer girl, the lady, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to her. I hadn't heard about her in a while. I see. She's been buying up all the apple orchards.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh. I have to look into
Yeah.
that too.
Because I've got really bad acid reflux. So when I didn't have the pills, I would every day take a teaspoon, and
Yeah.
it would help with the acid and whatnot. I still have some old bottles of it sitting up there, but
Me too.
again, I won't be buying any new because I don't know when this is supposed to take place or anything like that. It's just I was like, wow, really? And that's such a well-known company.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I got a few bottles in myself, but yeah, I'll use them up. But yeah, I'll find a different route now.
I It's hard to say.
And it
Yeah,
happens, but it's definitely been happening a lot more.
yeah. And that's you almost have to research anything you buy now. Uh, I get mine at, and I don't know, I'd have to go in there and look, but my just my regular white vinegar, I get it from Rural King because normally you get it's like 2 or 3%. Um, the stuff you get at Rural King is I think 5 or 10%.
Huh.
I just have to adjust what I'm putting in because you usually, unless they say only use 5% or only use 3% or something like that.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, through there too.
Yeah, 'cause
But a person cannot live without the money.
Well,
you can. You just got to know
you
what you're doing,
can.
and it's going to be tough for a little while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because um there are people that are uh well, look New York City. They find people every once in a while living in the park that's been there for years. Not saying they don't make any money or anything, but there are people that are out in the woods that you never know there that's been living out and don't use money.
They barter.
Well, there are some that just you know the lone wolf and they're out way out there that's not around people and they just live on the land.
Yeah, I could probably deal with that, not being around people.
Yeah. Well, see, there a lot of people say um, the lone wolf can't survive, but it's been proven that they have.
And they
Um,
can.
yeah, it's it's just the person
Yeah.
like me. I probably could if I could go out into the wilderness. Not if I was like living in um, a prison or something like that. I couldn't. But if I could be out in nature, then yeah, I could probably do it because it's when you're out and you're away from all the noise of everything. Um, it's just so peaceful.
Hey, yeah, give me one of them cakes over
It's
there.
like funny you said
Yeah,
that. Remember, it's this cooking channel I watch, and they make like recipes from like way back. I just found it actually, but I was watching one of the videos, and the lady was just making some bread and some stew. And then somebody put in the comments, could you just imagine how quiet it would have been cooking dinner in the 1800s. You know, no TVs, no radios, no cars.
Yeah,
There
Just
is
make
and that's
there
the
is
thing
one
is,
show where there's a woman on there that cooks in the 1800s, like you talking about. And I'll sit here every once in a while and watch what she cooks. And like you said, the housewife back then was a housewife. They didn't just sit at home on the chair or something like that. They cooked all
oh
day
yeah,
long.
yeah, and because it kind of reminds me of the True Grit family. They do
Yeah.
everything together.
Mm-hmm.
But like what I was going to say is back in them old times like that, if somebody, it could have been 100 yards away, stepped on a stick, you heard it.
yeah,
It was like,
Yeah.
what's that? And that first thing, they got that big old musket out there, and who's out there?
She got the chair.
You knew if there's somebody in your area, because it's not like you have airplanes flying over and cars going by and the neighbors yelling at each other.
Huh. Yeah, okay. I'm leaving that alone.
Took a long
it
time.
could be done, but I mean, it definitely would be tough for a little while not being able to
Was it this?
communicate or wasn't really around nobody.
Yeah.
You know, getting adjusted.
And I have like really bad ringing ears. So I have to have some, noise all times. And I think, well, if I was out in nature and stuff, how I would cope with that, and would it drive me nuts hearing the ringing all the time? I think my hearing would adjust, and I would probably lose the
Ringing.
ringing,
Well,
because
Yep.
I do have issues why I do have ringing and they said one of my ears was already partially deaf because of something that happened when I was younger. And that's why I have the ringing, is constant ringing because of that. But I have it in both ears, because that's why I asked. I said, well, why do I have it in this ear? And she said because of the loud noise that went off. And it was a pew pew, like that close to me as a kid. So that I developed with that ringing in my ears all that time.
well, a person really does not know how quiet it is out there until the power goes completely out, where nothing is running.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, you can hear a twig snap probably 100 yards away when the power goes out.
Yep. You got that right. That's why I said that. That's the number one thing. I always preach water for like prepping and stuff. I said, what's the most important thing? And
Knowledge.
it's knowledge. Because just because you have water doesn't mean, or you have food, after that food's gone, do you have knowledge enough to survive without that?
Exactly.
That's where 90% of people's going to perish.
And these book things.
Yep.
Because after your cell phone dies, you can't read a book or call up Google to help you with something. What you gonna do?
Like you said, that disconnect is going to be the biggest disconnect for a lot of people if something like that was to happen.
That's when a lot of people's going to disappear.
Oh, and then the thing is, it's, you know, the sun spits and spatters all the time. Well, we just seen the purple skies all over Facebook, but
Yeah.
I'm not.
what if what if that was actually bad enough to knock everybody's power off all over the world? You realize the impact that would have had on this world.
Well,
Everybody's power off.
I want to bring something up. Who on the East Coast, and I mean East Coast, had some type of trouble with their power today?
today,
Today. Did you?
He has trouble with power every day. He's an electrician.
yeah,
I mean, the
constant
power
problems.
went out or something like that.
Not to my knowledge.
About what time was it?
Not 3.
It was
Well, it
around
was
3
after
o'clock.
3.
But
I got knocked out of power, and my phone, you know, people coming up is saying they had problems with power. You know, one in New York, another one in Florida.
let's
You
see.
know, like that.
About 4 after 3.
Yeah, about 3:15.
Something like that. I didn't stay off long.
And that kind of strange, in my opinion.
Yeah, I look at it a couple ways. I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know, the power to go out, and then I kind of said, "Ooh, that would kind of be neat." But the fact that there will be a lot of people that perish because of that, and that's the part I don't, because I don't want to see people suffer or anything like that. But then there's that part of me that says, maybe this is what the world needs, and you know, maybe that's God's plan for something like that to happen. And then I think, well, maybe that's what the world needs, you know.
Well, now I believe I agree with you. God will protect His own, even if that means to take them from this place and put them in a better place. He's going to take care of His own.
Yeah. Well, and like I said earlier, with the they and again, this is in cities. That's not like the country folk or mountain people or anything. 90% will not be here in 30 days. That is a lot of people. And could you just imagine 2 months or a month afterwards trying to travel through one of those cities?
I hate to say it, but I can believe it. The
That
way
would be
society
horrible.
is.
Grace Johnson said parts of Texas will be out of power for weeks. I ain't heard nothing about that.
That's a bad time to be out this time of year.
Yeah, they usually have the issue because they need an upgrade and they're too cheap to get it. That's, you know, when all this heat and everything, they have the rolling brownouts or blackouts or whatever they call them, because it's just running too much ACs, and their grid just can't handle it. They go through this every year.
You know, it seems like to me Texas would be more prepared than anybody else.
Well, it's not Texas. It's the people who own the grid down there, because it's a separate grid.
Let me back up and say, Texas, parts of Texas that grid down. I ain't talking about the grid. I'm talking about the people. They should be more prepared about this going on than any other part of the country because it happens every year. It's
Mhm.
like winter comes every year,
Yeah.
up north. You're
And
gonna
that's
lose
and that's
power.
and it's kind of the problem though. They get accustomed to it.
Exactly.
And like the blizzard, the Texas freeze thing that they had.
A few years.
It happened before, and they said, "Oh, we're going to fix it," and
Oh,
they
okay.
never did. And then it happened again, and we got to fix it again. They don't want to spend the money.
Look, something's gonna have to give.
Texas is the only state in the lower 48 that has their own independent power grid.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. Our cabin in the woods. Massive storms and took out power lines. And if I remember correctly, towers also went down. And the funny thing about it, the towers that went down, my son's qualified to work on them, or he was.
He won't work on no more.
He won't.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Have you watched that one movie? I don't know why, but the tower thing got me. These two girls go climbing up this radio tower, and the ladder falls, and they're stuck at the very top of it.
Oh my goodness.
And it was supposed to be, I don't know if it was, but it's based on a true story. And she was really dehydrated and hurt and stuff, and she thought her friend was still alive, but she was about halfway down or something like this.
10 o'clock in the morning.
And the fact that somebody stole their vehicle. They had their vehicle parked down there, and they had this drone, and they were trying to fly it. Well, she was trying to fly it, but it was acting like there was two people. But and they flew it over and had a note on it and stuff. And she actually got rescued finally. But that would really suck. Being stuck up on top of one of those.
Not me.
Now, what would really suck was me getting the idea of climbing. Used to, I wouldn't have heartbeat. Now, I can't even stand on my tiptoes without getting dizzy.
I'd done some really stupid stuff. The big water tanks.
I don't even want to go that one either.
We used to go up there and dare somebody to go in and swim, but you didn't know when it was going to drain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you got
sucked in,
it would suck you down to where you couldn't swim back up. And I would go down there and swim around it and then climb back out of it.
I would do it if I had a rope tied to me.
No rope. That was the thing. Yeah, that wasn't the brightest back then.
Like I said, at one time back in my younger days, I would do it. Wouldn't even think twice about it. I can't do it no more. We who was it? Walking across the bridge, and I looked out and saw the cars going through. You know what? Maybe 3 stories high, and it's like, I don't know what you call it, like a tunnel vision. I had to take my eyes off of it and put it back on the ground that I was walking on. And I used to work with steel.
That'd be especially if a fire goes underneath you.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. And I seen that on a movie too. That what do they call it? Ranger stations up there,
Yeah.
way up in the sky, to look for fires and stuff. And the bottom was on fire. And it's like, what do you do in that situation? You wait until it starts to tip, and then you wait till it hits the ground, jump, trying to trick gravity or something. It was like,
you
oh,
hoping
man.
you can pee a lot to put it out.
I mean, it's going to burn its way up to you to where you either have to jump out or it's going to, collapse,
Tilt over.
or worse, go straight down, collapse.
Lord have mercy.
And that's weird way to think when you're in one of those. How would you survive something like that?
Drop.
About the only way is, well, if there's a bunch of trees around you, try to jump and grab a hold of a tree and hope you don't hit every branch on the way down.
I'm going to evacuate before it gets that bad.
Yeah, really. I see smoke within a mile. I'm calling it in and saying bye.
Oh, you applied to be a forest ranger?
Really?
That's cool.
We got them
I
all over
always
the
thought
place.
that would have been before I had kids. That's what I wanted to do, is be a ranger out in some middle of nowhere where there wasn't any people.
It's a guy's channel I watch. I forget the state he's in, but somewhere out west, and he does that as a seasonal thing. He goes up and stays in the ranger station for, I don't know, about 8 weeks, something like that.
Lord have mercy.
And yeah, there's like a ranger station so many miles down the road he can go if he wants to, communicate or get stuff.
The trees? That's not fair.
I see in Twister, it says they're all steel towers up there also.
Oh, are they? Okay. Well, see, that's a movie part. It's always a wooden one and it's on fire.
Well,
Now I seen one where they rappelled down with a
cable
rope, and then I've seen one where they jump into a tree, and
Chuck
one that
Norris did it.
they used the cable, and that's what they always have a belt. For some reason, everybody has a belt, and they put it on there, and I don't see how that leather belt doesn't break after that, running on a metal wire for miles, and that leather belt never breaks.
You see, it's a movie. You ain't supposed to think about that.
That's the first. I'm like, how long is that? I'm waiting for that belt to break, and it never breaks.
You really?
Even as a kid, I used to think that, like, man, my belts don't even last that long. What's going on?
Look, I'm having a problem right now. I need a pair of suspenders to hold my underwear up and a belt to hold my pants up. That's why I wear bibbed overalls.
I always wondered that. I have seen guys that wear suspenders or suspenders and a belt. I said, man, what's going on here? They got double the coverage.
Now you know.
Yeah,
I know.
And
Underwear
if
is
you look close enough, the suspenders is clamped to the underwear.
I'll just copy your notes on that one.
Look, at one time I weighed in almost 300 pounds. Now I went to the doctor last week and I weighed 220 some pounds. Dude, I got pants now that are, what are they? 38s. I got to wear a belt for them. I'm used to wearing 48s. You know, matter of fact, I still got them.
Oh yeah. That's a yeah.
I
That's
got
a good
to,
bet.
I mean, come on. Pants ain't cheap like they used to be.
There
No.
you go.
Unless you're on a good sale.
Suspenders are dashing.
Grace, all of my elastic underwear is done stretched out.
Reach capacity.
And then some.
Already get 1,000,000 miles on them.
Yeah, right. That's about like my shoes. You know, I still got a couple of good walks, a couple of good miles left in them.
Yeah. What would you say was the strangest job that you ever had?
Strangest.
Delivering body parts.
Delivering body parts.
Don't know what you was
That's
delivering.
pretty strange.
What about you, Watt?
Strange. I don't really know about a strange job. Probably the worst job. It's probably like when I was in high school. I worked like part-time and seasonal with a guy that did portlets. And I'd go with the guy and help him do the portlets, prep them or whatever, stuff like that. Wasn't really strange, but don't really get used to doing something like that, you know. Pretty brutal.
I would say I was hired as a camp counselor
Oh God.
that didn't have anybody at the camp.
Really?
I stayed there for 3 weeks. There was never nobody there.
You had an easy job.
I still got the paycheck and everything. I was looking for that, a hockey mask coming out of that lake every night, though.
I'm thinking Camp Crystal Lake, maybe?
Man.
Oh, Grace Johnson had a job selling Good Humor ice cream on a bike.
Oh, that's cool.
Man,
That's not strange.
I would have been 300 pounds the time before I hit 16.
And you guys done already heard what my best job was. And I actually got paid for it.
No, you said the weirdest, not the best.
No, well, I said you guys already heard my best job was, the lotion guy on the models.
Yeah. Are we talking male models or female?
It was all females. And that was in Florida too.
Damn, I wish I knowed you at that time. I'd helped you out.
Yeah, right.
Well, man, you wouldn't have known one another.
Probably not.
Hey,
Depending on what year it was.
look, we don't have to get technical on this.
Yeah, and one of the actual requirements was not to look like you enjoying what you're doing.
Dude,
Seriously, you could, because that it would be uncomfortable.
I'd be fired within 5 minutes.
Nowadays they probably don't have men doing that kind of stuff.
They got it.
And you carried around it was just baby oil. It wasn't, sunblock or anything like that. It was just straight baby oil.
Oh.
And my hands were so soft for the 2 months that I worked because they were in baby oil all the time.
I ain't saying what comes to mind when you
Like
say
a hand model.
I don't want to say. I got Dixie sitting beside me.
And then right after that job, because it was only seasonal. It was during the summer months for
Seasonal in
magazine.
Florida?
Yeah, because they only had you don't sell bathing suits all year round in all the United States and stuff. So they only did it it was seasonal. And then my next job was construction. So,
Really?
oh yeah, I had so many blisters and everything on my, and that's when I had to run that little stomper thing.
Oh God.
Oh
Damn.
my, oh,
I had 3 toes broke on kind of
and paint. Well, I used to just ride on it. Dun, 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 dun.
I wish I thought about that when I was doing it.
You probably wouldn't have no toes left.
Yeah, we've got I don't want to call it as a power plant. Let's go like that. Up toward, oh God, I can't even think the name of the town. It's up on the Virginia-North Carolina border up there. When
I
it
sold
was being built, I had to go up there on a swinging scaffold and paint that dead burn thing. I lasted 1 day.
No, it wasn't a jackhammer. It was just like a jackhammer, but it had a flat thing on it that it would stomp the ground flat.
Yeah, it was called a TAMP, T-A-M-P.
The company I worked for installed gas tanks for gas stations, so you had to stomp the ground flat, and yeah, it wasn't a fun job.
You see what Grace posted, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I think if I would have just held on to it and just let it do its thing, that would have probably been worse. But like I said, I got good at steering that thing to where I wanted to go, because you just
Right,
lean one
cowboy.
way, but you're still bouncing all over the place.
Excuse me. I think one of the hardest jobs I've had was being a carpenter's helper.
Yeah, your hands get all calloused up. I'll tell you that.
That and working with rebarb. I hated rebarb with a passion. You had to tie it in.
That was my main job was painting the yellow paint on the pipes and everything that came out of the concrete and everything, because that was don't run into this thing. And then I had to paint the yellow stripes on the ground, and that was my whole job, was painting yellow. So all my clothes were yellow polka dotted.
Well, it's like this. You wouldn't run into it but one time. You'd learn it was there. That's the way I looked at it. But now we was doing, it was called Burroughs Welcome at the time it was being built down there at RTP. And the first time I ever learned how to tie rebarb, going up, and I was out one day, and the guy who I worked with, his foot slipped off. It was real foggy that morning.
Is that thing on out there?
No. And he slipped and hit the ground. He had rebarb coming up through him.
Ooh.
It ain't here. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah, I've had to weld rebar and bend it and stuff for moldings, or not moldings, but
it is on
where they fill it up with cement.
What is it doing?
Form.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of that too. Building different size forms for concrete pours.
Yeah.
I think the hardest thing was when I was doing my apprenticeship the Carpenters Union when I was still in it. Because when you take down the forms, you have these grease rods that go through there, and you have to spin the cap off, pull the form off, then you have to get this big pipe wrench and screw the thread off the rod. It was a threaded rod, so when they'd come in and they'd mount equipment, they had like a bolt hole to go into.
Oh,
And man, if whoever's the guy that was greasing those fittings, if he didn't grease it right, oh man, you caught heck getting those things off. Mm.
yeah, I remember doing like for the foundations and stuff. And you have to wire all that stuff together. Now I seen construction site now where they were, wiring all the rebar for the forms and everything. And they
Yeah,
got little machines that they go up.
yeah,
I'm like, where was that? I had to do
yeah.
that. I had to do that with pliers, and it just, oh man, your wrist and your forearms got so tired. Oh,
Man. Yeah,
Full Oh, I just looked up and saw the live. It says 4 hours and 20 minutes, 4:20.
oh yeah, yeah. It's about time to. I'll
I
give
thought
it.
we was going to do all
Nine.
night thing here for a minute.
Huh?
I thought we was going to try and do an all night thing. See who's going to be the first one to fall asleep. What?
I didn't lose. I didn't win tonight.
I tried calling you the other night. I don't know if I told you that or not.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was you after the
Yeah.
fact. Say shit. Ain't nobody from North Carolina. If somebody from North Carolina calls me, ain't no telling. It could be a long lost family member. If not, they're trying to sell me some extended car insurance warranty policies.
Oh,
Dude, in the last month, I have had more cotton picking calls I've had to block on my cell phone than at any time in my life.
I'm surprised my cell phone still works with all the block numbers in it. Oh, there has to be a couple million in there.
I got 200 or 300 in there now.
Well, see, every time I get a new phone, it transfers over all the block numbers too. So since I've been at AT&T, this is probably maybe the 5th phone I've had.
Well, I'm about ready to drop Verizon because they send me a bill for about 3 or 4 months at $80, and then they want to do $100 a month bill. And what the hell's the deal? Can't y'all get y'all shit together?
Yeah,
Did
see,
you ask them, or what did it say?
I
I'm
cannot
locked
get in
in.
touch with a live person.
They keep trying to get me to get off my thing that I'm on now, and I'm not on a contract, but I'm on a fixed amount, and they've been trying to get, whoa, we'll give you this other line, and we'll give you this, and then next year my bill will go through the roof.
Yeah.
But right now it's $70.
Well,
with unlimited
call and text.
Call and text, yeah.
That's what I got. But I'm seriously, if I can, I'm gonna have this converted over to where it's like a pay by month thing, like $50 a month.
Oh, you mean like the Walmart?
Yeah.
Straight talk.
Yeah, straight talk.
Yeah. Now
Oh,
I've had Verizon.
I've been wondering about that Spectrum
Down here.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's some trash talk going on about Spectrum down here.
Because I mean, there it is cheap compared to the other ones, but I'm
Yes,
like,
month to month.
"Ugh, it's Spectrum.
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
It's a internet company up here, or okay, it started off with cable and then
Yeah.
internet, and now cell phone.
Now I don't know how the company is now, but Boost, I had real good service with them at one time.
Oh,
You said
you really
Boost?
like them, don't you?
Man,
Case closed,
I-
argument closed right there.
I used Boost one time when it first come out around here, and it was horrible for me. I would get like texts days later. Oh man, it
I
was
had
horrible.
that.
Well,
I
that's
had
like
that years
the
ago.
NRA. It used to be a really good, it was meant for protecting our second. But now, and I did get it for a year, and about every other day, oh, can you give us more for this? And we'll give you a fancy pocket watch or a pocket knife or something like that. And it's like all the time they're if you renew your subscription to a lifetime, you get this, and we need money to help us do this. And I'm like, wow, you guys are horrible now. It's
Yeah,
they want that money, and it used to be it was a purpose for it, and now it's just they want that money.
Well, let me ask y'all this. How many people in chat has a landline now? A home phone, in other words.
Well, I have a landline, but I don't have a phone service.
Well, now, believe it or not, we got ours through Verizon, $25 a month,
28 now.
28.
28 something.
And I've got the exact same stuff on that one as I do my cell phone. And the only reason I've got the landline is in case we have an emergency here.
Yeah.
They know where to go to. That's it.
Is that $45 a month straight talk thing? And is that like unlimited, or do you have a set number?
Unlimited talk and text.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know there's one of them that's like, 30 hours or something like that.
That's on your cell phone.
That it's
Oh,
not
a lot.
unlimited.
Some of them do it with their data. Like up to so much data runs at a high speed, and then once you use up
Yeah.
so many gigs, then it goes to a lower speed.
Well, now I had straight talk.
Throttle it.
I had straight talk for about 3 years. Okay. And I always paid my bill on the 3rd. And I had the $45 a month plan. The 3rd fell something like on a Monday or whatever it was. They cut me off the day before. And I got ticked off with them, and I called them up. Well, you should have got notice. And I told them, go back from the time I had it and checked when I paid my bill. I mean, I really got ticked off with them. And that's the reason I went with Verizon. Now, straight up, I don't like Verizon, but they got some of the best service around here.
Yeah, I remember when Verizon was the big boy.
Yeah.
It was hard to go anywhere else.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I remember them commercials.
Uh-huh.
Well, I remember back in the day when you had bids for long distance companies trying to get you
Yeah.
to switch over to them.
Oh, and Lord forbid you get into the roaming range back then.
Oh no, I'm talking before the cell phones,
Oh,
the long distance, battles. Because
dude.
you would have your local, and then like if you had to call long distance across the state or something, you would want a good rate, and you had uh, to shop around for your. And then
It
there was if you had international calls and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
But I tell you, it's like this. There's a way around everything. Back then, you could get it for what, like 6 months or a year. Then they
Yeah.
change the rate on you. Then you go with another company
Yeah.
and stay with them for about a year. You can do 2 or 3 companies like that and then start all over again.
Not nowadays, because there's
Tell me about it.
yeah, like cable here. That's
Dial
it.
up.
We have one cable company, and if you can't go anywhere else, it's you miss out on TV for a month and then go back and say, I'm a new customer.
Well, now we got that ordeal with Wi-Fi here. Okay.
Internet, yeah.
Yeah. And they say we got the best, but I got on there. They got the ratings of 0.
0 stars.
Now that's a crying shame. I mean, when you the only one, when you the only company they can get, they do what they want, and there ain't a thing you can do about it. I
Yeah.
think it's wrong.
And that's back in the day, Microsoft was sued because they called that a monopoly. They had,
Yeah.
and it used to be you would get in trouble for that stuff. Now it's like, who pays this congressman the most money to look the other way?
Now Jenny says she's got 880 phone numbers blocked on her AT&T.
Mm.
Yeah, well, back then there was always a way around things.
Yeah.
Now,
It's like grocery stores. You had, grocery stores all over the place, and you would, one person would have something on sale, and then, we got to beat their price, so we'll go a little bit lower. Now you got Walmart, and they can just put whatever price they want on stuff.
well,
In my area, that's just Walmart.
Yeah.
But
now
it's getting that way all over.
Well, now it's like I've said before. Walmart and Tractor Supply are the only 2 huge name brand places we have in our town. Walmart put out a lot of businesses,
No, go to Walmart unless they have to.
but if you was to take Walmart out of a town, then you're going to have people coming in selling stuff a whole lot higher than what you're commonly used to paying. That's the only good thing about having a Walmart store.
At first, but I mean, what do you buy at Walmart?
Truthfully, I stay away from Walmart if I can now. I don't. I think I've shopped at Walmart twice.
I mean, there's a few things that I get that I just don't have any choice. But
same here.
If I can get it at a farmer's market, or unfortunately I have Aldi's, but that stuff is sometimes like if you look at the hamburger, it says it's
Okay.
90-10 or something like that. But
Yeah.
actually, you go home and you're draining off 30% of the oil, and that's not 90-10. That's 70-30.
No, 90% is grease in it. 10%, if you're lucky, it don't. Oh Lord. I'm wanting to do a plug on this one company that I started buying meats from and everything. But I want to talk to her before and find out some things, because I don't want what happened to the guy in Pennsylvania to happen to her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And me and the wife, we've got some meats from them. Man, they some of the best tasting bacon and hamburger and sausage I've tasted in a long time. It tastes like hamburger, bacon, and sausage. And she does her own processing. You know, they raise the meat,
Yeah.
you know. But like I said, I want to plug this company, but I don't want to put her out of business either.
I wouldn't tell nobody that.
That's why I want to talk to her first. That's why I want to talk to her first. I heard that Walmart says they are dead broke. I like to know how.
Oh, of course they're going to say that.
You know why? Because
That's
they
just
have
like a rich person saying they broke all the time.
the credit cards they're putting out, Walmart.
Well, it's called insurance. They do this on purpose. They get an insurance in case they go bankrupt, and then they do the bankrupt thing, and then they just come back and say, and then they get that insurance money, and then all of a sudden they're good to go. All of a sudden.
Well, now I was going to say something right after it, but you said y'all got a farmer's market up there where y'all at. Let me tell you what.
Really a farmer's market.
Well, now wait a minute. Our farmer's market here in this little town consists of 3 tables. That's it.
Well, do they have vegetables and stuff?
I haven't seen none yet, but they call themselves farmer's market.
Yeah, that's our farmer's market is arts and crafts.
Yeah, that's about what this is.
And
I thought a farmer's market sold vegetables and fruit.
That's what it's supposed to be. Now, there's this other place that's, like I said, it's out of town that I have to drive a good way.
Same here.
And they do have specials on. They'll order stuff from the big farmers and stuff, and bring it in, or the local farmers, I should say.
Now there is a pretty good size what they call farmers market up around Greensboro. Okay, but you got to be careful, because there has been times I've gone up there and seen Walmart produce trucks, some trucks like that. You know, they say it's fresh out of the garden. All I got to say is BS to that one. It's fresh off the truck.
I wouldn't doubt that one at all. Well, they're allowed. The thing is,
are you serious?
Fast food is allowed a percentage of human in their food, just like that, just like a hamburger that you get from Walmart or anywhere. It's allowed to have a percentage of poop,
extra protein
in it.
Damn.
So they're allowed to have a little bit in there as long as it don't go over that threshold.
Yep.
And it's the same thing with like dry goods, macaroni or flour and stuff. It's allowed to have a percentage of bugs in it.
Like rice.
I don't know what the threshold is or anything like that, but it's
in there.
yeah. And you remember Subway not too long ago, their tuna.
Yeah. Wasn't
They
really
did
tuna.
a DNA test on the tuna. And it wasn't tuna.
All right, what was it?
I don't know what it was, but it wasn't tuna.
Darn good thing I never ate tuna from Subway then.
And that's what there's some say it was just another fish, but there's some say it was, you know.
Two-legged fish. Oh, really?
Yep.
Damn.
Dang, I
I
wonder
don't know
what
if
year
it's
this
true or
was.
not. That's why I said I try not to bring it up too much because I don't know the facts of it, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Sharon Whitmore, what state you live in? Farmers markets, I mean, it ain't what it used to be.
We got like two, what you call like two main farmers market style, and then you got every Saturday down there on the river they have the market on Broad, and it's like a farmers market, people selling food, different stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
People that
now
make stuff.
I've not been to this one, but I've heard a lot of talk about it. There is a farmers market in Raleigh, North Carolina. And like you said, they sell everything, meats, fruits, vegetables, the whole 9 yards. You know, like that right there. Darn. That's too far for me to travel.
Before I forget, I wanted to say hi to the 6 people over on Twitter that's watching because they can't type. They just get to watch. No, they don't have a way to. They can post comments on the underneath there, but that's about it.
Well, harvest, is it as good as I have heard it is?
When you talking about is the state farmers market for North Carolina, I believe.
Exactly. And believe it or not, one of the people I used to run with, run with, is in charge of the whole thing. And I didn't know that till last year. That's one in Greensboro, you see Walmart produce trucks in there and other stuff. It ain't fresh out of the garden, like they say.
Yeah.
Well, it just depends on where they get it from. There are small farmers that just grow and sell to a distributor.
Well, now there are some small farmers up there that does their own growing, you know, but then again, there is other ones who get it off the truck.
Oh yeah, but that's what I mean. The truck is a distributor, is usually from a distributor, and they have multiple different farms that they buy from, and I'm sure Grace sees a lot of that in New York City because that's one of the big hubs for it. They'll bring in truckloads and they'll set it up and somebody will come by and buy 30 cases of this or whatever. And they have buyers that come through these warehouses all the time to buy, just lettuce or
Okay.
whatever.
All
And some of these farms are not the big ones, and that's the thing with the organic stuff now. There's ways around to get that tag that says I'm organic, and that's where you have to be careful, because they could be spraying the crap out of that thing, and they have a way around it that says, "Oh, I'm organic."
So, in other words, they need them trucks there to keep the vegetables and everything cool. So they
Oh yeah, some cases, yeah.
Okay.
But like I said, a lot of the trucks come from the distributors, and I went all through this whenever I was doing the market reviews,
Right.
because those are the market reviews come from the actual farmers, what they are selling it to the distributors for, and that's, to me, that is to find out if there's shortages on something, or if the price is going up on something. You find out right there at the farmer where they're selling it to the distributor, and that is the best way to find shortages or price hikes and stuff.
Well, now, one of the best farmers markets, we don't get to go, but about once a year, once every other year. That's up in West Jefferson. And we talking coming off the mountain up there.
Now the biggest cabbage.
Yeah, some of the biggest mountain cabbage I ever ate. And it's good too. Organic truffles? Really?
Yeah, I remember there used to be a show about people going out in the woods looking for truffles.
I couldn't even tell you what a truffle looked like.
And believe it or not, they had one person on there that had a pet pig, and they would take that pig, and that pig would find those truffles.
Really?
Because they're buried. They're kind of under the soil, and you can move the leaves around and stuff to find them. But pigs go, they know where they're at. Evidently, I don't know, but that pig, he would find them, and they would pull them back, and they would dig them truffles up and make buku bucks. Because like truffle oil is real expensive.
I used to haul rock out of there, harvest. God, I hated working in Raleigh. People up there are stupid. They don't know how to drive.
Well, that's a city. That's pretty much in every city.
That's why I hate big cities.
Yeah.
I don't know which one would be biggest, Charlotte or Raleigh.
Out of all this, I would say the two worst places I've driven, New York City.
Yeah.
New Yorkers are a whole new breed of
Stupid.
Well, they used to be. I don't know if they're still the same, but they'll stick their head out, and any cuss word that they can think of will be yelled at you for whatever reason. You're going too slow, or you're going too fast, or whatever. And the other place is LA. It's like football field lanes. It's 5, 6, 7, 8 lanes wide. The roads. It's crazy. And that's been a long time. So I no idea how bad it is now.
I think one of the most memorable places I've driven was New Jersey. I was in Daddy's truck. The speed limit is, the speedometer goes to 85. I bet I was doing 100 miles an hour going across one of the drawbridges up there. A highway patrolman come up beside of me and waved at me and took off. I'm going, really? And I was keeping up with the traffic.
Forget about it.
I had to go to New York and I had to go through the Holland Tunnel. And after I got back, they told me that was the most dangerous places to cross into New York.
Well, when I was there, I think it was 90,
Happy early birthday, Miss Sharon Whitmore.
1990, I do believe. And it wasn't the vehicles or anything that were bad. It was the bicycles. They come out anywhere and you got to dodge them and everything when you're crossing the streets.
Shit.
That's all I remember is that was the worst thing about, because all I was doing is walking the streets of New York.
I think so. We are.
I didn't have. I was taking a bus to get out of there, and the layover was for 2 or 3 days or the weekend or something. And all I did is walked around and ate a lot of food.
Now, I've seen in movies or commercials about people driving in New York, and like you said, bicycles come out of side streets. People have to slam on brakes in their car. Dude, I don't know about up there, but down here, them bicycles will be slamming into my car. I don't know. I'm not up there. I don't know how it goes. I do not never want to go back to New York. I'll put it like that.
Cabbies. There's a lot of cabs. Oh man, and I kind of wonder: is it a lot of cabbies still, or is there? It's more the Uber people. Because I remember there was a thing going around that the cabbies were pissed because the Uber was taking over taking money away from them.
Well, they should.
So I wonder if it's still a thing. A lot of cabs.
Do you remember who made the taxi cabs, the yellow taxi cabs? You remember the name of the company?
Mm-mm.
Taxi. That was the name of the company or the car. Excuse me. You know, you got Volvo, Ford, Chevrolet. The taxi cab was Taxi.
Oh,
A yellow cab?
Yeah.
I'll write you one of them when you're young.
Wasn't there a show on HBO at one time called Confessions of a Taxi Driver or Taxi Cab or something like that?
Yeah.
I heard about it.
Man,
They had didn't they have like one of them that I don't know if that's what they stopped doing it because they actually had a serial bad person
really?
in there and he was interviewing them. I'll be
Well,
I'm out of here.
The two I saw was about couple had a date night and they didn't make it home before they had a romantic encounter in the back seat. I gotta try that ER. Did it work pretty good? Well, I will tell you this right here. Them streets are narrow as all get out up there. I don't know how in the world two cars can
No,
pass one another.
they're actually pretty big across there.
Not the ones I was on.
You must be going down alleyways.
Well, I was also in the box van too.
Oh, yeah.
I got to it was on holiday. I got to my business where I was supposed to have gotten there.
Not when you're delivering those,
Yeah,
whatever you were
yeah.
delivering.
I got there at 5 a.m. I wanted to hurry up and get out of there before traffic hit. But I spent 3 hours on the waterfront trying to figure out where the street was that I was looking for, because the street signs is not like they are here, you know, on the street. And I sat there and I finally figured out every other street went the same way. It's like one way up through there. I went, oh my God. I had to go 3 blocks out of the way to turn down to get to the street that I wanted. And the whole time there was a cop sitting there looking at me. And he could have come up and said, "You look like you lost." What is it? 35th Street? Something like that I was looking for. Right on the waterfront.
I remember walking down and I noticed these girls in a limousine. They were in the sunroof, and the music was blasting. They were jumping up and dancing and singing. And I was walking, and they were stuck in the traffic. You know, I kept walking, and I came across this pizza place, and I must have went down probably a half mile, and or more. And I sat there, was eating a pizza, and I still remember this place because it was the old paper plates, and it was one thin paper plate, and this pizza was, I mean, huge. I mean, I had to fold it over, and evidently I was eating it right. I had to fold it over, and the bottom of that plate was so greasy. I had grease dripping out the bottom of my hand holding the plate. And I was sitting there eating this pizza, and here comes this car, this limousine with them girls in it. And I'm like, I've been sitting here all this time eating this pizza, and I walked a good ways down, and they're just now getting up through there.
How many people remember Dragon Main Street coming up?
Which one?
They were at that time. There wasn't but one street, Main Street, that everybody drug. Well, I'm gonna say out in California there was, what was it, Van Nuys Boulevard?
Well,
where people dragged.
In Phoenix, there was 2 main prison areas. One was Central, which is the rougher part. The other one was Metro, which was Metro Mall, and it was a huge mall that had a road that goes all the way around it, and that's all you did is drive around in a circle.
Well,
that was the 2 cruising areas.
Well, now up here, you would start at one end, and it's like you go around the block to get back in and go back up the other way. And you want to talk about some bad stuff? Now, there was a couple of guys going to get into a fight up there. One was short, okay? The guy pulled a hawkbill on him and laid his stomach wide open. He had to take one of his hands and close it up while he beat the crap out of the other one. I missed that. Oh. No, they close here at 10 p.m. and not open on Sunday.
Yeah, they
Ain't Betsy's Cafe.
and I think the area that used to on Central, it was probably at least 14 miles long, at least.
Yeah.
Because it's it's Phoenix. It goes from one end to the other. And depending what end you were, there were some people that didn't go to a certain area, and they would turn around and go back the other way.
Darn.
Because Central was a bad area in the first place, but the more south you went,
He hit the wrong button.
the more south you went, the more dangerous it got.
Well, now, again, the strip that we was on, if one wanted to sit there and do a burnout or whatever, both sides would stop and let the car do a burnout or do donuts or whatever. Cops wouldn't do nothing. Nobody getting hurt. We were just showing off to show other people what we had. You like that?
Yeah, that was they did, every once in a while you would get somebody go bark their wheels, but on Central, half the police force was on Central on Fridays and Saturdays, because, like I said, the lower end, maybe 3 or 4 boom booms would go off, that type of thing.
Okay.
I mean, it's Phoenix.
It happens.
It's a bad place. Well, the south end, I'll put it that way.
I don't think we were that bad back then, because we fisticuffed everything back in the day. Okay. And I think it was after me and Dixie met, 2 years after that, they shut down Main Street. Period.
Yeah, this is where gangs originated from, was, I would say, Mexican gangs originated in LA and Phoenix area, and then moved west or east. But that was the main starting points, was that, and as they moved. So I never had issues with, getting in any fights. Well, the normal, that's my girlfriend. And I'm like,
yeah,
you come over and talk to me. I didn't have nothing to do with it. That type of thing. But other than that, I never had any issues. Most of the time I was over at Metro, because that's where the CBers were. And that was a big thing in the 80s, was the CB.
Oh, I got into the CBs.
We would do tag and stuff like that in our vehicles.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't run into each other or anything. It's just, you would try to find somebody and they would key up every once in a while, and you'd try to pinpoint where they were at. And that was the thrill of the night, I guess. As we're going around the mall, and people would walk that they'd park, and then they would walk around this mall, which the whole way around was probably about 6 miles long, around one mall. The road for around the outside of the mall.
When I was younger, I remember I could get lost in the mall. And as I got older, there wasn't a place in that mall I didn't know. We had game rooms, pizza.
Yeah.
What was it?
Movie theater.
No, we didn't have a movie theater in there.
Chick-fil-A.
But we had Chick-fil-A. That was the next best thing.
Oh, you had a little shopping center.
No, it was a mall. It took up. Oh God!
A mall has a movie theater.
Look, we're talking when they first opened up.
The movie theater was across the street from the mall.
Yeah, movie
One
theater
time,
was across the street.
That was terrorist.
That dude,
That was terrorist.
really?
Well, yeah, I guess I never been in any malls in the 50s and 60s, so
I gotta see. Oh God, exposed. I just seen her come up. Dead-Eye Jones.
hey,
You know who Dead-Eye Jones is, right?
sounds familiar.
She catches alligators.
She out there?
She sent me a picture. I'm trying to, because it just popped up. Oh, no wonder. Wait a minute. Let me get to it. It ain't on YouTube. She don't do YouTube. What is it? I don't think it's that one. The other night when we was up on 101s, she sent me a video, and I hit the wrong button by accident and cut her off.
Yeah, we never did I can't remember what channel we are on, but we didn't do the channel 19 because that was all truckers.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I'm thinking it was 14, 12 or 14 that we were on.
Man, there was a bunch of people that got in trouble for playing around on channel 9.
Hey, Peanut.
Hey, what's up, Bush? Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Peanut.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Evidently a long life.
Well, how long ago did you start going live?
It's 5 hours now.
Damn, 5 hours? Good Lord, that's a long time. Man.
Yeah.
What, 7 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What? Oh, but you're Central Time, huh?
No, Eastern.
Eastern? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late. I got off work about half an hour ago.
Oh, that's fine.
My God.
I
It
send
is after 12.
I always send everybody the link out if they're busy or not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry I can't be around. It's like my.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
You got to have that money.
Yeah, exactly. Got to get that.
Especially living in California.
Oh yeah, California. Oh, did you hear the thing about like where in California they're doing something where like they're it's what are they doing? Like they're making it so you get taxed by how many miles you drive or something. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you in that area though? Or
I don't know. I didn't watch the whole article. What area is it in?
Well, you can guess. LA and the big three.
Disconnect your speedometer cable.
No, I'm up north. I'm like way up north.
Yeah, I don't think they could do it to the whole state. So I think it's the city ones.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
now-
Because they're wanting, that 15-minute city. They're wanting to get that
Oh yeah, yeah.
that set, the laws set in there.
Oh, I got a better one for you, Peanut.
What's that?
They
Jeff?
wanting to put meters on our well tanks out here.
Oh damn! It's just getting like that everywhere. I mean, like they're clamping down. They're getting ready for like full on control of everything.
Yeah. Before long, they're gonna start taxing you how many steps you take a day.
I wouldn't doubt it.
No, Jeff, what you need to be worried about is when they start taxing you for farts.
I would be up the creek. What then?
Without a paddle.
Do you want me to get some more? Okay.
I'll find a way to work.
Or the pecan tax?
Is that your boss talking to you in that house?
It absolutely is.
Yeah. I got one sitting here beside of me too. If they start taxing me like they do cows, I might as well just go ahead and move out of the country.
Where would you go though?
Maybe
Right on
that's
the border and bend over and fart every time.
Right?
You know the funny thing about it?
What's that?
Well, I was gonna say right before Bushcraft said something, I ripped a good one.
That'll be $2, please.
You should put the mic up to it.
Put it
Next time.
on my account.
I want to hear it come out. Oh,
No, put it on my account because I ain't got no money.
Oh, that reminds me. Well, one time I was in Taco Bell, and like they have these super hard seats in Taco Bell, right? Exactly. And I ripped one out, and like it echoed. I didn't even know it could do that, but like because of the hard seats or something,
Yeah.
it's like the perfect acoustic. And it's like, yeah, I think I have like hard floors, so that thing just didn't, it just ripped
Where
out the
was
whole.
you at in school days?
In what days?
Where was you at when you was in school and them hard wooden chairs? Man, I tell you what, I'll be sitting at the end of the hall, ready to hear it at the other end.
Probably because they have hard floors there too. I can see that happening.
I remember I went to school and they had a hole over on the right hand side of the desk, and I went home and I told my dad, I said, "That's the weirdest desk. They have like a little holder or something over on the right hand side," and my dad, being my dad, he said, "Oh, that's for to hold your beer." I was like, "They allowed you to have beer in school?" and he said, "No, it's for ink."
Oh
ink.
yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, back when he went to school, they some of the older schools, they had ink wells that you dipped your pen in."
Oh yeah, you're right. That's way back, huh? That's like I don't know what that is, 30s or something, maybe.
And
or
they still had the same desk. And
that's kind of cool.
Hey,
the reason why is
check
because
your email.
them desks were made to last.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Nowadays that you get the plastic
Shit.
one and metal and plastic.
Yeah,
Late
that's well made.
files, check your email. Well, now, when I was going to school, you could put your books in your desk. They opened up.
Oh yeah, the lid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Now,
remember those. Which
Yeah, stuff was
which
better
were,
made back then.
which were really fun. What you do is, if you was chewing some gum, you where you lift it up, you put the gum there and you fold a piece of paper in half, and then you would get go to the pencil sharpener and take all the stuff from the pencil, and you put it up on that paper. The next person to open that lid up, all that stuff will go all over them.
That was glitter before glitter, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that would be well made. Have a desk last that long. I bet they want. Or I wonder if they like study calligraphy more, like when they're doing their handwriting. It probably look way cool.
Calligraphy, I can't even remember.
There were classes for that stuff. I remember
there
that.
was.
And I was like, I don't like writing in the first place. I'm not going to do it fancy.
Yeah, really.
Oh man,
Lake says her and Josh has got to work on getting tired again.
I learned how to when I went to school the first time, and I was
Whoa,
how to write.
The first time. How many times did you go to school?
Well, I guess I learned back again because I went back to college and then later on, but when I learned to write, I did it all backwards. Like I'd make an M where I don't take the pencil off the paper, just
yeah,
and then make it. And then what I realized later that or like an A, I just kind of loop it around and go down, or exactly.
Yeah, I
learned
do the same thing, and
right?
they always got mad, and I said, "What makes the difference? It's still the same letter."
Right.
No, you have to do it.
I'm the same way. I'm exactly the same way. I think that's why most guys are like that. We just do it our own way. Whereas I think girls they take directions better than we do. I think. Or something.
Yeah, they always have such the best handwriting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why. So I went back and learned about it, and I learned that sometimes you have to take your pencil off the paper for something even like making an A, because it makes it. I don't know. It's like you make it looks like a half moon when you make the circle part. Then you take your pencil off and go straight down, and it makes it more consistent or something.
Yeah.
Y'all do it y'all's way. I do it my way. If you can read it good enough.
Like math, I always got accused of cheating because I would do it in my head, and then I would just mark down the answer.
Yeah.
And I would still get it wrong because I didn't work out the.
Oh yeah, they want you to show your work sometimes.
Yeah, and I was like,
algebra and all that.
It's the same thing. I'm still coming up with the same answer. Why do I have to show it? I said, I just do it in my head instead of marking it down. I don't see the point of using the extra time to mark something.
I can see that.
And I did have one teacher that she was a really old teacher, but she was the nicest math teacher I had. And I think it was like sixth grade or something. And I did my normal, I would just mark it down, and instead of, saying, "Oh, that's wrong," and you got to do it again, and you have to mark it all down, what you're thinking and stuff. She let me, do it the way I wanted to, as long as the question was the same. And then she would show me she would say, "You do it your way, and then I'll do it my way, and see how many you get right, and whoever wins, you get to do it the way whoever wins." And then I did it her way, and then I did it my way. I still won because it took me twice as long, and I got aggravated. So I ended up just marking whatever. And then on the other one, I was already done and she let me do it the way I wanted to.
I don't know. Well, whatever works.
Yeah.
I think one of the best math teachers I had was Mr. Keith. He was seventh grade, I believe he was.
Did he pity that fool?
Yeah, no, well, not at that time. I didn't. Not yet. But he really worked with me, and everything. You know, I couldn't stand math. I wouldn't do
Yeah,
I didn't
but
like it
after-
either. The
But
first
after Rocky came out, he got really popular.
it.
Or Rocky 2.
I had a hard
No,
time with
Rocky
algebra.
3. It was Rocky 3.
Is that the one with the Russian guy in it?
No, was Mr. T.
Oh, Mr. T. Okay.
Yeah. 4 was the Russian.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, it's been so many. I lost track after a while.
5 was
Yeah.
the Morrison guy. The
Oh, the
Jimmy
real
Morrison, I
boxer?
think
Tommy Morrison? The real boxer?
Tommy, yeah, that's it.
I hear he's supposed to be a really good boxer from his time.
He was until he got hit with Tyson.
Now, in that movie, what was it, 4, with Rocky and the Russian guy?
Yeah.
You know, he got put in the hospital for almost 2 weeks because the Russian guy hit Rocky so hard. I don't know if it bruised or broke his ribs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I've heard, but
It
in
was,
all
it
of
was
the
just an
Rocky
accident.
movies,
It was an accident. It was not.
yeah. Well, now wait a
He
minute. Wait a
was
minute. Now
supposed to
hold
go
on,
this way,
because
and he
wait a
went
minute.
that way.
Let me finish. Because he gave an interview. Rocky did, whatever his name is, but he said when they got in that boxing ring, there wasn't no fake stuff. All the hits were real.
Oh, damn.
No, that they were acting it. It's the actual punch. What was when they were he was doing the body shots where he was
Right.
doing like, and it was supposed to come from the other way, and he leaned into it and got the full blunt.
Oh,
Yeah, because they actually showed it. They have clips of it. You can probably look it up on YouTube.
shit, I'll go back.
But
Look at the movie.
it looked painful.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren. That's who it was.
Yeah.
And he's played in a few pretty good movies.
Well, he played in what is the
Something like a Terminator or something like that.
Michael, not Michael Jordan, Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
The boxing.
I know what you're talking about.
What it's number 2 and number 3.
Number 3 was the worst one. Number 2 wasn't far from it. Number 1.
Yeah, the last one was horrible.
It was.
Yeah.
What was the name of it? No, not Universal Soldier.
No,
I just seen a commercial. Apollo Creed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Creed. That was the name of it.
Creed.
Creed 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 2 were good.
But number 3, they shouldn't even made that one.
What was it? Rocky. Well, it wasn't actually Rocky, but it was 6. I really like that, and then that's where he gives that speech to his son.
Now, I didn't see that one.
Really?
Yeah.
That's where the original Apollo's corner man is in the ring, not in the ring, but is Rocky's corner man.
The guy he's like, you could have been somebody, Rock, but now look at you.
Back in. He comes back into boxing and he has to go to court to be able to, because nobody will let him because of the head thing. So he actually goes to court and wins, and then I can't remember who the guy is, but he's a really good. He was undefeated and everything, and he goes up against this guy. Rocky doesn't win, but he does a number to the guy. And they're Rocky at the end.
Now, the one I remember Apollo in, what was it, 1 and 2?
He's 1, 2, and 3, and 4, because he dies in 4.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. How did
Which
he die?
one was it? They both get knocked out.
Well,
Wasn't it 2?
they technically don't get knocked out.
Well, I know technically, but
Yeah. That was the first one. And then the second one, they do a rematch and Rocky wins.
okay.
Because the knockout part, they both hit each other and they're
It cuts the
going
camera.
trying to get up, and the bell rings. And since it's championship and neither one of them get up,
Apollo
wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Rocky wins the second one.
Carl Weathers.
Yeah.
Oh, he was
which is no more.
He was also in Predator. That was a cool flick.
Yeah.
He was. I watched Predator the other night.
That's a good movie.
Yeah. I like it where the Predator and that other monster.
Predator versus Alien?
Yeah. That was, believe it or not, that was pretty decent.
I used to like boxing too.
I think I quit watching boxing when all the 5 greats retired.
Who the 5? Like Ali,
Foreman. Yeah. When all of them retired, I quit watching.
Joe Frazier
Foreman was in the 2000s still.
True, he came back.
Yeah.
It's impressive, like how much he could come back, like from
Look, he may have been boxing in the 2000, but he wasn't the younger one.
Now, if you look at all those ones you just said, when Foreman came back and started boxing again in his later years, he didn't go down. and the thing is, what was really impressive about him is they would be going 15 rounds and he wouldn't sit down. He was standing in that corner waiting to get. And the reason he said that is because his knees were so dang bad that it hurt when he got up and down. So he stayed standing up.
Now, truthfully, I never did watch him in that one because I don't know. I reckon I wanted to remember him being, the way I remembered.
You mean the rope-a-dope? Getting his butt kicked?
Yeah. He come out of retirement. I mean,
well, he was actually really good.
Yeah, he was.
He would get hit and everything, but he became an intelligent boxer, which is a rare thing.
What about this? What would happen if you could get you had a time machine and you could put up George Foreman versus Mike Tyson? Then who would win?
Depends which Mike Tyson.
It depends on which way they'd be fighting. Okay. Now, I'll put it to you like this. I really don't care for Tyson. Okay. To me, he wasn't a boxer. He was more of a street fighter with gloves on. But now, if you put Tyson in the ring with Foreman, boxing, old school, I would go Foreman. Now, if the role was reversed, I would go Tyson.
Well, see, that's the thing. Before Foreman went and retired after Ali kicked his butt, before that, Foreman was Tyson. He did the same thing. He did woof, woof.
Talking
And
about
if
the
you-
wide open swings.
And if you got hit with that, it was over. Unless you sat back here and did this thing. And Foreman was basically Tyson because he wasn't a boxer, he was a slugger. And because he was so big and strong, he just annihilated people.
Similar, I guess, huh?
Yeah, but
Huh.
Tyson had a different way. Instead of just standing there and whooshing, he did this thing where he ducks down like this and went
Come
up
up.
and just so much power in those punches.
I don't know. Like I said, they both. I never did care for Tyson, but I will hand it to him in the ring.
Oh yeah, and
The only
I hope Tyson annihilates
Oh, you know he is.
Doofus. Yeah, if not,
Oh, what's that guy's name he's fighting? The other dude. I forget what his name is.
I can't remember.
John
But
Paul. Or
after what I heard happen, yeah, I hope Tyson annihilates this dude.
What
he
happened?
won't get any money for it, but it'll feel good.
He got to talking about his deceased daughter. I believe.
Damn.
Well, you don't know that though.
Well, that's the story going around.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stories going around that they've already fought, and
Jake Paul.
especially on Facebook. Oh my! That's
Well, see,
why I don't
I'm
like
just
Facebook.
repeating what I've heard. I've not read it off of Facebook or nothing else. You know.
I've heard so many different stories about
That's the only one I've heard.
that and there's another one with a kid from a hospital. I won't repeat that one, but
Well, now,
there's just so many stories about it.
Isn't it true that Tyson is really training and Jake Paul is just sitting around not training?
You don't know, really.
Exactly.
You really don't know. It's and it again, it could be come June when they fight Tyson, or I mean
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul knocks him out.
I can't see that happening.
He's a lot younger than Tyson, huh?
He may be a lot younger. He may have the speed, but I don't think he's got the ring knowledge.
I don't even know why they're fighting. Like, why is it even being said? Is that right? Like, they couldn't find someone that matched their age and everything better. I don't know.
Yeah.
First of all, there's no way he would win against Diaz. No way.
Maybe it's a setup though, right? It's like it's a rig, like someone gets paid to take a dive or something.
Yeah,
gambling thing.
That was not a Diaz fight, because if you hit him, he makes you hurt. Diaz he's both him and his brother have been in so many battles that their face is bloodied as can be, and that's when they're the best. And yeah, it was I didn't even like watching. I stopped watching it whenever I seen it, and I was like, no.
I've never heard of Diaz.
Really?
Yeah.
The two brothers, Nick.
I'm not.
Oh, you mean from the UFC? Nick Diaz from the UFC? Oh, I've actually met him before. Did
you?
Yeah, he was like at a car show, and he seemed like a pretty cool guy. But he seemed kind of like
Nick or Nate.
I don't remember. I can't tell the difference between it was either one or the other.
I can tell when they're next to each other, but
Yeah.
When if they're separated, I can't tell.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't sure what. I just know that they're brothers. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys can fight for sure. But yeah, I don't remember. But he seemed like he was a little
Good
apprehensive at first, like because he grew up in Stockton, so he's probably used to like
We're gonna be
Yeah.
his surroundings and seeing who's coming up and everything. And
Yeah.
seemed a little like I don't
He
know.
gets they get jumped all the time.
He seemed kind of like I don't know, like I bet the boxing's taking a toll or whatever, or USC or whatever is on him. It seemed like he's not mentally all there. And no
Look.
offense to him, but like
Yeah.
I just, you know.
Look, it's like this right here. If I had a chance to get in the ring with Tyson, I would take it. All I got to do is just feel the breeze from his glove. I'm going down for the count. I don't care who you are, loser. You're going to make some money from that fight.
Actually, no. If Tyson knocks him out in the first round, Tyson gets zero money.
Oh, really? Whoa, wait a minute.
And again, this is, we don't know because we don't actually see the contract and all that. But this is
Well,
some
now-
of the stuff that's been
937.
what they've been saying is.
Now,
And
hearsay.
the further he goes into the fight, each round Tyson gets more money.
Okay. So he's got a
Okay.
vested interest in keeping Jake up afloat for a while longer than.
Yeah,
Dude,
but
he's going to make Jake hurt so damn bad. How can I help? Stay the hell off of my screen. I just had an ad pop up.
it's just that. Now when he did the Roy Jones Jr.
I can't get
fight,
enough.
which I don't think that was much of a fight anyway, but he actually held back doing body shots and stuff so he wouldn't hurt Roy Jones Jr.
How in the hell do I get this off of my screen?
But
It says type
that's-
of message.
I think if Tyson gets hit, and I mean hit, and I don't know if he can do that, Jake Paul guy. That's the thing. How can he hurt Tyson?
He can have a loaded glove.
Who's the guy? Was there some guy knocked out Tyson? Like I forget, like that guy from England or what's his name? God, I can't remember his name. Like a couple people, like Holyfield, I think beat him too, right? With the ear thing.
Well, he got disqualified, so yeah.
And then this-
Douglas, his first loss was, and there's reason behind that too, but Buster Douglas,
Damn,
I think his name was.
In a long while.
But again, I think there was a lot involved in that,
Sound like a weed eater flying.
and you could tell he didn't care if he lost or he won at that time.
You heard that, Jeff?
Yeah. Was that a weed eater or was that you letting gas?
No, I was thinking that too. It was some like a motorcycle or something riding by,
Damn, he needs to go have a tune up on that thing.
right? $2.
Well, Bushcraft, Peanut,
Jeff.
Cat, it's going on 5 hours and 38 minutes. I'm getting a headache. I'm going to call it quits.
All right. Very
Yeah,
well. Then.
James Buster Douglas, yeah.
There's a name I haven't heard in a very long time.
And if you and he doesn't talk about it either. To bring it up, Tyson doesn't. He did one interview about it, and that was about it. Is when the lady issues, the one that got him put in prison. Because right after that is when he went into prison,
Damn.
and that's when he had started having all the, the anger issues when he got out and whatnot, until he started smoking something, and that helped him.
I bet he didn't have any problems in prison. Like he's the one guy.
I don't know. Prison's
Really?
a whole new, a whole thing that, oh, Tyson, I have to try.
I'll be famous or
Yeah.
something. I wonder what it was like for him in there.
I don't know if he would be in like a really bad general population type thing.
Or get the Martha Stewart treatment.
Yeah.
Man, that dude is. It's so weird to me. Like, is Jake, whatever his name is, he even a champion? Or
It's all, showboat things. And that's what it's a lot like this. That's all there is for the big boxing now is Floyd Mayweather fought the Irish dude Conor.
Oh, Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one was Conor outweighed him and he's a lot more muscle. And that was iffy by itself too.
He's not even a boxer.
That's why I stopped watching a lot of this stuff, because you don't know if it's real or not anymore.
I'll be right back. Oh yeah, no doubt. That's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet Grace hears all that stuff all nights, all hours of the night. Here lately, there's been a lot of videos on Twitter and other places about these cars, everybody in an intersection and watching a car go, spin around, do donuts, and then it slides into somebody and they go flying, and then everybody runs off and runs. There's been a lot of that going on here lately.
It's like a circus or something.
Yeah, and it's like everybody tries to get close to the cars, and if you stand there and don't move while the car's sliding around, you're cool dude or something. I don't know, but you see some people get hit and they go flying and they don't get up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just caught back. You talking about NASCAR or something, or what is
no
it like?
it's just you'll see an intersection, and then all these kids and stuff are watching cars do donuts and slide around the corners and stuff, and they try to stand close to the cars when they come around. So I don't know, you're cool if you stand there and don't move.
Oh, like street racing or something, and they're like out there.
No, that all they do is you'll see a car doing donuts and that's it, and that everybody will be standing around this intersection, like a four-way, and just getting barely missing until somebody gets hit, and then everybody runs because they don't want to be in trouble or something.
That's weird.
It's a thing that's going on. I would show you, but I can't because YouTube would.
Yeah, they call it something, huh? Like,
yeah.
I got like I don't want to dwell on it, but like I got like a live stream taken down because of my intro. It had like a clip from Lawrence of Arabia, where just because the guy was holding a
You've
pew
played
pew.
that so many times.
I know. It's like, I guess it's some new rule with YouTube or something where you can't
Yeah.
show. And you could, like, apparently you can do it in a video, but you can't do it on a stream or something. I don't know.
Do you put yours at 18 and over?
I don't remember. Sometimes I do some, maybe I might have forgotten though. That might be what it is.
That's where they got me, because I was showing, and this was a video that was on YouTube, and I was showing it of a teacher got a concussion and worse from a student because she took away his Game Boy, or what's the new one, Switch? Yeah.
Oh man.
And I said that this is what the teachers have to deal with in the schools. And it took a lot of people to hold him down because he was still going after her.
Man.
And again, it was a video that was on YouTube, but I ended up getting hit from it. And then I said, hey, this is on YouTube. And I said, well, that if it's okay to have it there, but not on my channel, that's discrimination. And I'll have to contact my lawyer.
Yeah.
Strike's gone.
Oh, good. Good. Well, did you do it on a live stream or in a video?
It was a video. No, it was live stream.
Live stream. Because it seems like they had different rules for live stream than they do for not a live. I don't even know why that point is of that. Like, what difference does it make if it's live or not?
Well, a video gets checked. A live stream, like I'm gonna have TikTok had a rapper, and people's probably already heard about this, but TikTok had a rapper that was rapping. He's just a kid, and he's holding up a pew pew thing, and he deletes himself with it.
Oh, damn.
That's a live stream. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
So people see that. If it's a video, at least they can stop it before too many people see it.
Okay. That makes sense.
And that's the reason why. That's like, I know somebody that was teaching people how to clean his pew pew on a live stream, and it got shut down. It's not that the pew pew was bad. It's because if something happens in the middle of that, because you don't know if he's cleaning it for what purpose, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess I can see that.
And it's not that they're trying to protect people. They're trying to protect themselves.
Yeah, I can see that. Makes sense. Yeah, because that's what happened. But mine was like just a clip from a movie, even. Like, you can't even show the image. You know, that's like so weird.
Yeah, and all they're doing is writing with their
like
their swords up, right?
Right. It's like and it's sort of like a movie. It's like the 50s or something, you know. So yeah, I'm like super careful about what I put up.
Yeah. Now, I dabbled a little bit because I did a couple of videos that were our reaction videos, because that's supposed to be the thing going on now.
Yeah.
So I tried it because as long as you stop the video and talk about it, you won't get in trouble.
Right.
But you have to, be talking about the video. You have to stop it every once in a while to not get in trouble.
That's what I kind of figured too. Is there like a rule of thumb on that? Like how long you go to, like, you know what I mean? Like a minute, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, or?
Yeah, I think it has to be like under 30 seconds that you stop and talk, and then let it go for like 30.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because the ones I watch, that's usually how far they go.
Okay, they probably already know then. What were you
Mhm.
reacting to?
The Biden, a couple Biden things, and I forget what the other ones. Here, let me. Oops, let me turn that around. Yeah, the Biden saying that when he came into office, inflation was 9%, when it was actually 1.4. And the other one was the anti-Israel Washington stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He's like anti-Israel, huh?
I don't know what he is really.
He seemed
Yeah.
like you heard the theory that like there won't be an election? Like I've heard some people mention that. Do you think that's
Yeah,
the way it's going to happen, or what do you?
there's a few people saying that they don't think there's going to be an election. That yeah, there's stuff going on right now that and it's hard to actually get facts on some of this stuff, so I don't try to repeat it and stuff, but
Okay.
The UN is being stationed around big cities in the United States.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
like
and they're
that's
not
like,
allowed to be.
man, that's like where the Bible thing, where like they that
Mhm.
anti, you know, I don't know what I can say on here, but that act,
It's being a hate thingy.
right? The hate thinking act,
Yeah,
where you already know what I'm going to say, but like where there it basically makes the Bible illegal, or where you have to censor it or something.
no,
Hey, ER, night, Eric. But so it just seems like and that act is referring back to like Noahide laws and other things, and so it just seems like it's I could see how everything is being set up for the UN. And I think that's probably like, in my mind, that's the vehicle by which the AC is going to come to power, is through the United
yeah.
Nations.
There's if that is true, that's ooh. And believe it or not, there's a movement going on right now on TikTok and Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it. Gen X people
I don't understand what
are
you're saying.
bonding together to, um, and I don't agree with it, because I think that it might play out to be something bad for the country, even worse than Biden being again, but not voting. I understand it, but I look at it as a tool for the other side to use.
Hey, Bush,
Against us.
I got to go, brother. But
Okay.
hey, thanks for having me up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, God bless.
Ca-
Have a great day.
Yep. Catch you later. And I gotta ask one thing real quick. Why can't she come home with her shoes on? Oh, oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. But I think yeah, we're almost on 6 hours, so I'm gonna call it a night. Um, it's been a long time since I've done a live this late. But I would say tomorrow I would do another live, but let me see. I didn't have anybody sign up except for one person. Yep, still one person for the growing the channels and everything. So I don't know. I guess I don't. I thought it was a good idea to try to get, views and stuff for other people, but I don't know. But anyways, I don't know if Jeff's going to go live Wednesday or not, but just keep an eye. We'll see. And we'll catch you guys later. Let me go ahead and run the outro.